But guess what it gets you, Megan? A 0-foot fly, climb, and/or movement speed. So all of what happened last time didn't mechanically, but it did because Dom didn't read the rules as per normal, and we
Oh,
move
it
on.
is at 5. You're right.
Yeah, 5 levels of exhaustion. You gain
Wait,
0.
No, wait. Because you didn't
Half.
give me 5 until after I had already dropped into the ocean. Then you said I had 5.
That is true.
I had
That
4
is true.
to.
You
She
did
had
have
4.
4, and then you took an additional for
Yeah.
the hour of flight.
So you
So
weren't
technically,
wrong.
you should just drop to the bottom of the ocean. But
Which you did threaten, and that did start to happen.
we teased it a little bit, but
And
it didn't
it
get there, luckily.
terrified me.
I mean, it's a horrible death. I didn't want it to happen, but fuck it. I'm the guy who has to say things are going on.
No,
so
it
I was
it
ready.
was it was 100% legit and fair. Like that was, yeah, that. I'm
Now
not
just
gonna argue
imagine
that at all.
Lee dies in a stupid way after all that.
She would just be the
Some random goblin crits you. and
undead corpse at the bottom of the ocean for all of time.
You know, shout out to Megan for the bravery and determination to stay in character in the face of such odds. I know you probably were shitting your pants. That stuff is terrifying.
See, I have. Oh fuck! What is it called? Let me look this up. I can't say vanilla. I'm not gonna say this.
Oh, I want you to say it. I want to hear vanilla.
It's the fear of open oceans, right? / open
Yeah.
large
Oh,
bodies
is
of
it
water.
bassilophobia
So-
or whatever?
Yes, I can't pronounce it to save my life, but I can't even play like Sea of Thieves or anything and like look
Oh.
down whenever I'm playing because I will
wow.
legit get scared.
And you made
so
a campaign
trying to-
on
Yeah,
a
what?
world being
Well,
swallowed by the
here's
ocean.
thing. I don't have to see it. I can visualize it, and it's better in my mind because I control what's in my mind. But when I was getting ready to narrate that, like my stomach was legitimately sinking. Because I was just like, oh my god, her body's gonna like. Because I'm thinking from the mechanics, I'm like, okay, she's going to sit at the bottom of the ocean, unable to die because she doesn't need
Yeah.
to breathe, and like she's either gonna get eaten by something or she's gonna be staring up into darkness and unable to swim. And oh my god, yeah, I started to spiral real quick. But luckily, you had a bike, so we didn't.
Yeah,
we
but
didn't get to that.
imagine that like 1,000 years down the road, and who knows what happens, and like all of a
Some
sudden,
random speak with dead spell pops up.
she's
How did you
100%
die?
a villain.
Slowly. Yeah, you turn to freaking sea
Mhm.
witch. And then your item.
Thalassophobia? Is that how you say it?
I have no
fear,
idea.
fear of the ocean and deep bodies of water.
Yeah. I have no. It's like. But I'm not even gonna attempt it. You made fun of vanilla? No. we're
Oh
done.
no! Oh no! I've ruined Dom.
If you ever run to a baker and you ask them chocolate or vanilla, you are going to get beefed on immediately. It's going to be a level 20 adventurer who is retired,
Oh, I love it.
and they will not be selling pastries. They'll only be selling beef.
Good.
Anyway, we're here for something, so let's get this shit on the road. Oh, fuck, I was so busy. Oh my god. I forgot music. I've been responding to Discord messages like fucking crazy. There's so many people asking me about the most random things, but like I have the responsibility with someone who is slightly knowledgeable on the topics to answer, but also at the same time multitasking and D&Ding and preparing for things. Not good for getting everything done right. Ocean travel. Nope, that's not it. Oh, fuck it. Where's rain? Rain always works out. No? Maybe?
Yet. 9.
I don't know why my Spotify playlist always does. The playlists don't go by recently played. It just shuffles. You bitch. I just need to pin this somewhere. You know what? Fuck it. This is a weird start, but I can't find rain, so you get smooth jazz.
Nice.
This is how we start off after two of the 6 are lying dying at 5 levels of exhaustion. The party is split up. You don't know where Reese is. Mustang lost his gun. Mammoth got owned. Mustang got owned. Yeah, it was great.
I forgot
great.
Mustang lost his gun.
Yeah, that's
Yeah,
Oh my god,
It's
two
not
of our
great.
parties just lost their like major weapons.
it might be recoverable. I will say that, Durdon became a commoner. Kipley essentially lost, because there's still a smidgen of a chance. All of your rewards that you would have reaped from doing this job. Mustang lost his
What?
life. You know why.
She didn't
You know
say
why.
no.
She is a powerful being who asked you a question and you walked away. Motherfucker, listen here.
She'll argue it later.
You can argue it later for sure. Is she gonna listen?
She
We'll fucking
will.
see.
She loves me.
Anyway. Sure. Anyway, shit went really bad. Like every good thing that has ever happened to you got ×2 reversed, slide to the left, clap 2 times. Everything went bad so quick. You lost so much, and I'm just sitting here with the community pizza meme of okay, everything is fine. Everything is
Yes.
fine. I need to find it. Where is it? There we go.
It's one of my favorite memes.
Everything is on fire.
Yes.
Nothing is good. We are all suffering. On that note, let's start the fucking recap. So, last time on D&D, we started off with trauma, as we normally do. Mustang was given PTSD in a way. Schizo vibes, mind-breaking pain psychologically and physically, and emotionally, because you were invaded in your personal space, in your head. You ran into your ex at the same time. You injured your ex. Your ex seemed to have complicated feelings about you. Yourself seemed to have complicated feelings about you. Your memories came back for a little bit, not fully, but to an extent. This John guy got being brought up. Almost returned. Wasn't fun. Captain was there. Captain Eingard did something. Didn't really get much answers. Question mark. You have bounty on your head. Don't know why. Bigger question mark. And then, after all of that, getting healed and going to a library where you're hopefully, supposedly safe, you met Jorb. The world got slightly better. And then, surprise, another ex. And not a great one. As Belle, excuse me. A lovely southern lass who holds a really big grudge and carries a really big gun. Pop the shit out of you and Mammoth. Who I thought was... She was designed for an encounter of 2 to 3 people. Because I didn't think everyone would end up going separate ways as they did. And holy shit, was I wrong. As it took 3 turns, I think, before you immediately dropped. You did get her bloodied. She was bloodied for sure. However, between the misses, the use of a pistol by the child, and just overall luck and rolls, didn't work out great. Mustang died. Mammoth was brought to unconsciousness. And luckily, she's not a complete monster that would kill a child for no apparent reason. So she didn't kill you while you were down. Brought Mustang back with her Vivify because she said that the bounty specified you alive, which gives you even more questions because as a previous bounty hunter yourself, before you can arrow to the knee, you know it's normally dead or alive, not just alive. Alive is concerning. That means that there are wants higher than just your body / you. So that's something. But also, she stomped the shit out of Jorb the Orb. The little construct Roomba that kept the librarian company. Rest in pieces and peace. He's dead. But the librarian didn't let that slide. She didn't really care much about you being hurt or Mammoth being hurt. But she did say in total 17 books were injured, and the bookshelf. and all of the dust and flames that were brought about by the gunfire. So she seemed to equally hate the conversation, the acts that had transpired, and both parties. And she also banished Belle to the Shadow Realm. You don't know where she is. You don't know what spell it is. You don't know what the librarian is. But all you know is that Belle's suffering. For a good long while, at the very least. And also your gun is gone. Life isn't good. On the other side of the island, life also wasn't good. Duradon, the man who had lost all of his items only but a few sessions ago, had just lost all of his class abilities, all of his item abilities, and all of his HP, ability scores, and life. As I said multiple times, Duradon died. It wasn't, when I said the last time is Duradon Bashala, real shit, gang, that was not a lie. Duradon was fully dead. And what came back wasn't fully Duradon. He didn't come back. You know he is alive with 5 levels of exhaustion, going for some weird dream trip in which his family members are shaming him for his decisions made. Mainly his father, as he witnesses, and for a brief explanation by myself, that the card that he drew was the card of balance, which shifted the balance of an entire population within a certain radius. And it would flip the alignment, the terrain, and the people. It was not a good card in general. And it was worse when he chose his homeland and turned everything to shit. And now, everyone within a 100-mile radius, including the Frost Monarch, knows that Duradon did it. Potential good for Frost Monarch, he got a bunch of free peoples. Free foot soldiers and undead. Yippee. Not great for Duradon because his family now hates him and they can't die. Not good. However, he was saved from being arrested, killed, imprisoned, or whatever Percival Rennell was planning to do with him after he not only set his previous mentor's body free that had a monster inside of it, but also ruined his plans, making essentially 2.5 months of planning, sleepless nights, and extensive both physical, mental, and intellectual exertion down the drain as he fully foiled his plan by breaking the shit out of a pillar and letting not only the Monarch of Mischief escape, but you gave her the Black Blade. He gave the Black Blade, excuse me. Black Blade of Sin, one of the most powerful legendary weapons in this world that is known of at this current moment. It was bad. But luckily, Evelyn Kroll was there. She stepped in. She brought Duradon home to her estate. And did something to help make him live. You're unsure of what. As details will progress, or details be provided as the situation progresses. However, my favorite part was Kipley being deserted on an island with Kira. You saw she was missing a hand. You bandaged that hand. You had a brief conversation, saw that she was distraught. You asked to go back. She couldn't go back. You asked the Monarch of Mischief to go back. She wouldn't bring you back, although she could. So you flew off, leaving them on an island in which you had no idea where it was. And also, more importantly, it wasn't snowing. I will tell you now, because it's already passed. I think I mentioned it previously. I think the Monarch of Mischief actually mentioned previously. It was an island near Durrell. An approximation of miles for how far away you were from Paradise Peak. You were roughly 180 miles away. I'm not going to tell you much direction. However, also keep in mind, that's just from Paradise Peak. The boat was 3 days' journey from Paradise Peak. Meaning that you were roughly 240, 250 miles from Duradon. So, you had legitimately no chance of finding him. However, after you dropped into the ocean and used the Devil's Ride as a flotation device, after barely making any grounds, I think in the span of 2 hours you flew 4 miles, which is really bad.
Yeah, it was bad. It was pathetic.
But I mean, half movement speed, 4 levels of exhaustion. What are you gonna do? But you found the accent that I hate that I gave this character so much, but the somewhat
Mira.
Scots woman of Mira, who you met before multiple times, but just never knew that she worked for Kroll. Found out she worked for Kroll in the funniest way, that Jay wasn't available at Evelyn's estate. All the vassals were currently not available because they were put on an emergency duty. So who was left but the groundskeeper slash guild shop, I don't know how you say this.
The most
Not
important
manager,
person in her life.
semi-owner, important person of the hour, as she had to talk you through slash listen to what you were saying in order to try and save you, as she, a completely unawakened soul with no idea of how this operation runs outside of the Guildhall store, and occasional bush trimming at the estate, was left with the tall task of saving Kipley, as you told her to go in the estate and try and find someone with teleportation magic, more importantly, Evelyn Kroll. She did so after a long conversation, and she actually got a natural 20 to break into the estate, which Evelyn Kroll mentioned would be consequences for after you had the conversation with her once you got back. Dom had fun thinking about what that would be. But luckily, you had a 25% chance to get home. I'm a generous god every now and then when it comes to DMing. I was just using raw teleportation rules and using her being not your patron, but someone that you made a pact with, and a powerful being that you made a pact with, as a semi-familiar location on the teleportation description, meaning that you need to get a 74 or above in order for her to find you. Other than that, I was going to have you stranded on a motorcycle, and consequences were to be paid. However, you got a 75. So insanely enough, it worked out. And luckily, I didn't have to kill another character. Thank God. You got back, barely. And also in the manner of Evelyn, I almost said Gray. I did this to myself. Evelyn Kroll, as she put both you and Durdon in separate rooms, separate beds, and told both of you to rest, as you can't physically move, so you don't really got a choice. However, you saw, in a brief moment of awkwardness, clearly there was some level of caring. Unlike a lot of the other sponsors who have literally just been like, get in and out of my office, cool, don't die, here's your missions, move on, da-da-da-da-da. Kroll seemed to care just enough to be outside of the norm, but also as an uncaring creature by nature, didn't know how to properly respond to Kipley, so just kind of ended in a long staring contest in which she just awkwardly blinked and left the room. But in the end, we also got new. Almost
Cold out
dying
here.
of frostbite. As you sat and you waited. You had a brief conversation with Desaad. You made the right decision of not going into the guild hall. You noticed 3 strange individuals going in as some of the guards went out. You saw the explosions of gunfire, but didn't take action, just sat on the church Assassin's Creed style, waiting to see if anything got out of the building and not went into it. And just because of your circumstance, you just had a conversation being like, hey man, conversation isn't my deal. I don't know exactly what I'm doing. I don't got answers, so I'ma just wait. So you did. all night for almost 7 hours, in which, as a DM, I had to, for the first time, question how weather affects awakens, and whether or not you get frostbite or die of being in the cold for too long.
I didn't even think of that.
Yeah. Well, you know, you wouldn't, because Noo's never seen snow like this before, so it was a fair reaction. In the end, you didn't pass out and succumb to the cold. However, you did almost fall off the roof, so you decided to go inside and take refuge where you knew you could. That was new. As a whole, the party progressed slightly, but still everything just looks bad. The information that you know has been either knowingly tampered with in the form of the Monarch of Mischief. All of what you have worked for in your recent questing isn't all for naught. But you also did take a few steps back from the really good feeling of completing a mission and feeling like you were moving in a positive direction, as shit didn't hit the fan. It hit the entire air conditioning unit. But at the very least, where we leave off, for the moment, all of you are alive with a pulse or a consciousness. And that is what is important. So as we I can speak English. As we pick up tonight's session, you say words really fast and your mind doesn't work with your mouth. Shit happens. As we pick up tonight's session, we are going to pick up still the night of, because it is crazy. It is only about 8 o'clock at night as we pick up, as we're going to skip around a little bit. First things first. Kipley.
Yay.
Yay? As you lie in a semi dead state, you don't need to sleep. However, it doesn't. Your condition doesn't stop you from sleeping. So I would like to know: is Kipley going to be awake for the night, or are you going to? Actually, I take it back before everything I just said. I need to look at your sheet before I say shit, because I don't know. I legitimately forget if you need to sleep or not. I think you do. I think you're immune to magical sleep, but I think you need to gain the benefits of long rest. I don't know. Shit just be happening around here.
I don't think I have the ins and out of some of it, because there's a lot of stuff I don't actually know about it yet.
That is a good point. I have to go to Google Docs.
I know I don't need to eat or breathe.
Yeah, you need to eat, drink, or breathe. Where do you need to sleep? Let me go look up where I put the item ability. Tools, extension, search. The only feature of Google Docs I appreciate. 6 hours doing either at rest or doing a non-taxing activity. So yeah, you don't have to sleep if you don't want to. You just have to be at rest in a non-stressful situation. So you still would have died at the bottom of the ocean. However, does Kipley opt to sleep or not to sleep tonight?
Man, I think after that, she's just laying there staring at like some random spot in the wall. Like, just imagining an eternity at the bottom of the sea.
So
or ocean.
That's fair. Your, as I remember correctly, your passive perception is abysmal, right?
Yep.
Cool.
12.
Go ahead and make me a perception check with disadvantage, if you could
Ugh.
please.
But
See if you pick up on anything.
oh wait, that's persuasion. Sorry, the other P
Definitely
one.
not that.
Uh,
You rolled good for not being a disadvantage. For being
12.
disadvantaged, excuse me. 12.
Same as my passive.
Same as your passive. You did roll a 14 too, which is not bad. Cool. If you're really feeling it, because this is going to be a little bit of a short session. I say short session. I'm willing to go for a number of hours, of course. Just not past, like, midnight, because I don't... everything else I have planned requires group all being here. So, that being said, I just lost my train of thought by interrupting myself. Good job, Dom. Inspiration. Would you like to use it on this roll if you would like to? I don't know necessarily how much rolling is going to be done tonight, but if you want, you can. A 12's not going to get you much.
Megan usually doesn't if she doesn't know what the role is.
Or you hear.
Huh?
Just for what you hear.
Okay. No, she'll. Yeah, sure. What the fuck? Sure.
I love the Kipley versus Megan voice in the debate.
Sorry.
No, she will fuck you, Kipley. We're doing it.
Oh well. Okay.
And it's worse than
That's
all
great.
the above. You do use the higher of the rolls with inspiration though, so it is still a 12. Okay. You unfortunately you can't physically move. You are stuck in bed in the position that you were left in. Your body physically is unable to do anything at the moment. Nada. So even if you wanted to, you couldn't move closer to the door or really cast anything to help you hear what is going on. But around 9, let's say 9, 10 o'clock at night, you hear, not in the room next to you, but in the hallway itself, a voice that you recognize in the form of Evelyn Kroll, and a drowned out enough voice that sounds familiar.
Oh no.
But to the point where just because you're in the state that you are in, you can't physically remember who at the time, or isn't just loud enough for you to tell who it is. But you hear there is a conversation going on. And there is a back and forth in which, for about 20 minutes, mumbling and various bits of semi-voice raising conversation occurs. And the only words that you do hear with a 12 is I'm not going to do an accent because you don't recognize the voice, is remember who you are, and remember that some people on this island are a little smarter and can put things together faster than the majority. I expect results. And that's the only thing that you can hear out of the entire conversation.
Oh my god.
As they leave, and you can hear the footsteps walking away. Now, as the footsteps walk away, you also hear a pair of footsteps walking towards you. Are you staring at the door? Are you staring at a certain spot in the room? Or you close your eyes to make it look like you're sleeping?
I mean, if it sounds like someone's coming to the door after hearing voices, she would probably close her eyes.
As you kind of close your eyes in a moment of panic and unsurety for who or what is coming, you hear the, not clacking, but just thuds of someone either rather hastily, or just kind of like with a pep in their step, storm past your doorway. And because you closed your eyes, it is cracked, just enough. Because if you close the door and you need assistance, there'd be physically no way of you getting it.
Mhm.
Unfortunately, you don't see who it is. But you do hear them continue to walk past your room and walk further down the hallway until all
Oh.
sound disappears.
I have no spells. I can't do anything.
Frustration builds.
She goes
but-
back to staring at the fucking spot in the wall.
Sure, it's a spot in the wall. However, is there anything that Kipley either does and or would like to do and or is just on her mind as she sits unable to sleep throughout the night?
Kipley has a lot in her mind. However, that's the one thing she tries to avoid. So this is like torture for her. She likes to be able to move and act and such. She hates having to just sit and think and hear and listen and just absorb. So she's just trying to get through this.
Sure. As you continue to stare at the spot, you can feel the exhaustion that you feel right now is the closest that you have been to death without actually dying. Because Kipley has made jokes before, both early, mid, and in recent campaign remarks, about her dropping unconscious equal to death or dying, or how she visits death so frequently. However, in the current moment, you feel, in terms of both energy, physical capability, and mental capacity, you have reached your limit in every way, shape, or form. And as the daunting tasks that your body has taken on, and you have endured through casting spells after you are already out, through allowing the Bone Mother to control you, processing all the events, almost dying, etc., etc. You do feel, even if it isn't willingly, after a few more hours of staring off into the distance, your eyes blinking slowly, heavily, and then closing. And when you open them, back on a beach, the dark void, star-filled sky above you, and that dark river lying in front.
She just kind of pushes herself up to a seated position, crosses her legs, just like puts her head in her hand and just stares at the sand for a long moment.
As you kind of dissociate, just kind of staring down, letting your vision wander. When you focus back in, you don't know how much time has passed, nor when they got there, but you see sitting in the sand next to you the veiled form of the Bone Mother, kind of mimicking your stance and also having sand in her hand, looking down at it. And as you kind of see her out of your peripheral view, you know, she doesn't look at you, but she does speak outwardly. She goes, excuse me, as she sneezes. Blood, snot everywhere. You see, she goes,
Circumstance. It's a funny thing. You and your group, unknowingly, by luck, chaos, whatever word you like to put to it, always find yourselves in the most interesting of circumstances. Not planned, not forewarned, just of circumstance.
See, she takes the bony hand, kind of dumps the sand, slowly falling and crumbling through her fingers.
Ghibli's eyes kind of latch onto that. Just watching the sand fall. And is like brought back to this visual of like a time turner. Are you mad at me?
No.
Are you sure? Because I feel like I fucked up pretty good.
You have to understand. At the end of the day, I am many, and I have had many in the past. Follow me, accept my gifts, and found themselves in circumstance after circumstance similar to you. If I said just like you, I would be lying. Yours is certainly more unique. However, I am more concerned that I was driven by circumstance as well. This being you have made an acquaintance of, I will not say ally, because I don't think that properly advocates for a friendship you have formed. I'm aware of your interest in her. I can understand as to why you would have one. I wouldn't want you to stay away. She enticed even I. In all our years of having this understanding, not once have I taken over like I did.
I thought I understood who she was. You know, that
We were both sorely mistaken.
I think Kipling kind of shifts a bit and actually looks at her patron.
The fuck?
Yeah, like...
I did not know who this being was, otherwise I would have forbid you from seeing her more or making any deals. However, my understanding for the deal that we have made is stronger than my desire for curiosity and finding out what exactly she is. I think it's best, after what you have seen, cut it off. Not explore that anymore. She might have promised you Ravinica early, but the easy route is not always the one that you are meant to travel. You of all people know that.
I really thought I had just completely fucked everything up by walking away.
You did, in a sense.
Okay. Yeah, that tracks. Okay.
However, you also made your stance very clear that you are not going to be working with her, as you should not in the future.
Yeah, but it also... Yeah, but also, all of that was for nothing.
Yes.
And we lost Haruma. Like,
Yes.
what the fuck is Duradon going to do? If he even comes back.
This is the consequence. Not necessarily one that I would wish upon you or your friends, but this is what you will have to live with. Take it as a warning. This is what this creature would do without having extraordinary power. What would it do when it does have such? I was never one to collect, at least not material items.
And you see the head slightly turns and looks back at the bone orchard. The countless number of trees and names written on them.
So I cannot say much about the sword. But I think he will be able to make do. You fought the sins of her legendary weapon. And again, you also fought the sins of that creature's blessing. I would highly suggest you and your friends, before you reach out to any future escapades, rest and recover. Focus on getting stronger before you leave this island again. Or if you do, make sure you bring enough powerful allies so that this doesn't happen again. Ones who you don't necessarily need to know, you can trust, but ones you know what they want.
I thought I knew it. What Lord Dane wanted. Do you... Do you think the sponsors, the other ones... Do you think they had any idea who Duradon and I were?
Ghibli, dear. I don't involve myself nor care for in the slightest shred. Not even of respect or understanding. But I simply do not involve myself with your human capacity for making laws, abiding them by a council or foot soldiers. The same way you do not like when you have your own ideas, wants, desires changed, forced to not come to fruition. Does that mean that the very powerful people that you directly or indirectly happen to get in their way won't bear a grudge or find out it's you? No, I think you are absolutely going to be found out. But I also know that you have made very powerful allies on Paradise Peak. And I suggest you start using them very soon. Otherwise, if you are unable to hold up our end of the deal, well, you rotting away in a prison isn't going to do me much use.
I understand.
That being said, I've already made quite an investment in you, so I'm not going to give up so easily. However, keep in mind, you simply oblige to their ways. Accept whatever time, punishment, whatever they give you for what you've done. I do need you to get to Ravinica. It cannot wait much longer. You have a greater purpose. You will understand when you step foot on its shores, but until then I cannot say any more.
Ghibli looks out at just straight ahead at this endless sky and dark ocean and just looks very internally she is scared, but she kind of nods. I'll do what I can.
There's a long pause.
I will be watching over your recovery. Afterwards, I strongly suggest you don't do anything like that again. Understood?
I understand.
I cannot sever the connection you have made with this being. I do not know to what extent it has a grasp on you. I don't know what it can do. I don't know what it is. I don't know what they want from your group or why they have treated you in this way. All I will say is this. I suggest you start looking into why and how to cut it off as well. You have some very intelligent members in your group. You also have some very intelligent allies. And much more powerful than yours. You also have to, well, one of the more, if not most, powerful beings on the island. I'm not saying to rely on such a source, as I don't fully trust it, but it comes to removing this creature from you, might be worth it.
We're still talking about Lorna Dane, right?
That is not who she is.
The
You know that.
right.
Lorna Dane Newman is a human woman. Whatever is possessing her now is something far beyond that. And clearly something that the majority, if not all of you, have succumbed to in one way or another. We already have a deal, but if you have something that hangs above that, something that can change that, something that can interrupt your pathway, you can see how that is a problem.
Right. Well, I'll confer with the smart ones in our who are the intelligent ones you spoke of in our group?
She doesn't physically have eyebrows, but one would raise. The head kind of slow turns towards you, and you hear a somewhat labored laugh.
Intelligence, wisdom, whatever you would like to call it, there are plenty among you who have the capabilities to figure things out. Even yourself, however, you are a special case. Tend to get lost in what you want rather than figuring out exactly how that thing, person, object, whatever it might be, operates. It's ambition, but has its drawbacks.
Right. All right. Well, I'll try and push for Ravinica.
Ghibli,
Yeah.
you need to know. I am many things, not a creature of this world, not a being that you can understand. Not something that abides by any laws of your world or otherwise. But I am someone who respects and honors our deals. I will not do that again.
You mean the taking over part?
So they do not confirm, but they do just stare at you.
Kipling just kind of briefly glances at her, but looks back down at her lap and kind of gives a nod. Alright. Yeah. Okay.
Rest. I think you need rest.
Yeah, I'll give that a try.
Been a rather unpleasant day for you. May its ending be slightly better.
And you can feel as your body hits the sand, falling unconscious. Your mind, for a brief while, does flicker back. A few memories. All of which are pleasant.
Oh.
All of which before any of this adventuring started. However, all of which are also short-lived as sleep eventually takes over. And you pass out for your long rest.
Yay.
Mustang.
Fuck. Yes.
Yay!
I think you
No,
start
no.
off. Fuck. All right.
Let's get it. Get it.
You last time had potentially talked about going on not a date, but talking with Matic. I will ask this. How? There's a heat wave right now, so actually, now you say it's fucking so hot in my room. I'm gonna go turn my AC in 2 seconds. But before I do, Maddox said that if you wished, there was time to talk, but he insisted that you rested beforehand because this had been a very trying day. Excuse me, trialing day. It's a trial. Try it out. It was a very trying day. You insisted that it was really now or never. Do you still try and stick to that? He said he would be off duty by 8.
No, because the conversation they had last time, if memory serves, Maddox said he'll be free for the next, I think he said 5 days?
He did say
And that
5 days. Yeah.
he should rest, and Mustang wants to respect his choices.
So you're gonna rest?
No, but he's not going to bother Maddox.
Okay. What does Mustang do for the night? And or
He's
where's Mustang go?
well, he's staying in the library because he said he would. He's waiting for that librarian to come back. So I think he would kind of take one out of Kipley's book, and he's going to go back to what he was doing before, where he's just sitting and
Staring at a wall.
staring. And unless Mammoth tries to talk to him, he's, I don't know, reliving a lot of things that have happened to him.
Sure. Unfortunately, you are reliving past memories and thoughts that, of course, weren't great and or were painful for a number of reasons. However, you're also dealing with the not so great current events that was brought about by both your past, unknown events in the past, and current events that are currently fucking you over.
Yes.
As
Well
there's
said.
so many things wrong at once. You are Aaron PTSD. Oh, that's great. I'm saving that. As you're kind of just zoning out, uh, you do feel a semblance of like not safety, because it's hard to feel safe after everything has gone down, but at least a somewhat sense of security now that like surely nothing else can happen, right? And then another gut. No, I'm kidding. Um, but also, as you stated last time, this is the first time that Mustang Strums in I cannot even put a number on for years to my current knowledge, has been without his Primonica. Not the only thing that you can use to survive, however, something that you've been using for years. Something that has been a very core and key part of Mustang. Now questioning if that's gone as well. As you said, waiting for the librarian, she said there was a chance you could get it back. And also said that it wasn't gone forever, most likely just with wherever Belle is. But in a state of almost complete defenselessness, also are reminded that you made yet another deal with the Monarch of Mischief.
Yep.
Someone who in the past did help you with the sins for, well, you could tell to be no reason that you can understand. Uh, in fact, you had, I think, the least amount of interaction when you were inside of the caves, because you were having fun figuring out you could go in and out of walls or shooting people. However, as someone who interacted with the idol and invited her in, you knew eventually you would have to be called upon for a favor. Now you have an understanding that there is two in mind, and without ever understanding what the first one was and or could be, also dawns upon you that while she said it wouldn't be today, sometime in either the near or far future, you're gonna have to agree to whatever task is assigned to you, in addition to trying to figure out the Revenant situation. As not but a few hours ago, before everything hit the fan, there was also a little bit of abyssal shit that hit you. Both mimicking your properties, mimicking the Primonica, and seeking you out, swearing that it would continue to return. And as you just kind of stare out into space, Mammoth, are you with him? Is Mammoth in the room?
Yeah.
Yeah. Oh, I was just about to say, is there a dodgeball sound effect somewhere? Ding!
Probably.
A brain cell has been activated.
Oh,
um,
it's gone.
as the two of you are kind of sitting in the library, kind of, I assume, wordless, uh, is there anything that either two of you would like to do while you are waiting for the librarian's return?
Mammoth would kind of just look around to see if there's any, like... Never mind, I don't know how to read. So no.
You look
Uh,
around and you think, shit, I can't read.
let's see. Oh, sweet. Okay. I have 1/3 level spell slot left. Great. All right. So I've been planning to do this for the past 2 sessions, and I just haven't gotten around to it, but now finally I'm not being jumped. Mustang, is going to cast Sending to Duradon.
Sure. Sure. Go for it.
You mark down that spell slot. Okay.
25
Start.
words. What do you want to say?
Okay. I gotta get out my counting hands. Shit's belly up at Paradise Peak. Where the hell is everyone? Are y'all okay? I think that's good.
Not helping the situation, you do not get a response.
That is not good for Mustang's mental health.
However, as per the spell, you do know that it was delivered. So you know the spell didn't fail, at the very least.
Oh, so he's leaving me in red, is he?
No, it just means that he's not on another plane and or the spell itself couldn't find him. Could be dead still. It would still be successful if he was dead.
Okay. Still, statement still stands. Not great for his mental health.
Oh, for sure. That I will not argue. But Mammoth, anything from you? Anything from Mammoth during the long period of time that you are sitting alone in the library?
No.
Are you just also staring off into space next to Mustang?
Yeah.
All right.
Does Mammoth know how to read?
Nope.
No.
Nope.
Oh,
This has been established.
I forgot.
A long while passes. Around 10:30. You don't hear footsteps, you don't hear a door open. But you do hear rustling as the books that are still left unchanged from where they were previously knocked off their shelves and covered in dust from your fight prior, begin to slowly move back onto the shelves, and you see the bookshelf that was knocked over during the gunfight begins to slowly rise up and fix itself back to the wall, back to the railing, excuse me. And the library begins to slowly repair itself. During of which you hear the voice kind of not next to you or beside you, but just kind of all around you. As you hear,
Will you be staying the night?
Mustang looks around to see if Mammoth heard that too.
Mammoth did. I don't know if Mammoth shows any sign of it, but you did.
Mammoth's just looking back at Mustang, kind of equally perplexed.
Did you hear that too?
I did.
Oh, great. Okay. Yeah, I'm staying however long it takes for that librarian to show back up.
Librarian? I would watch your words. And you see
just the veiled face, not the entire body, slowly blink into apparition about 2.5 inches from your face.
Yo. Hello there. He's kind of leaning back in his chair to put some more space between them. I say that with all due respect. What's your preferred title?
None taken.
And you see it just continues to stare for a lot until you say anything, it just continues to stare.
And just to be clear, this spectral figure is the one from before.
It looks like the veiled face of the librarian. You don't see any of the body. It is just a floating head.
Man, this jazz is really, really awesome. So Mustang leaning back in his chair. So, about what I said earlier, I'm really sorry about your books. Could I do to make it up to you?
I'm still thinking of a proper penance. I'll get back to you when I find one, but there will be a payment. Something will be paid. Also,
And you see the face gets right up to yours, pushing in after you've leaned back.
Oh, man.
you are of the group known as the Six, am I right?
Yes. And he's going to elect to lean the chair back even further, even if it topples over.
Make me a dexterity saving throw.
Okay. 22.
22? Cool, you're looking to be a 10. It tips just enough, and you catch your boot on the bottom side of the table to keep you from falling over.
That's so slay.
However, fuck yeah, dude, I stopped that chair from falling. You see, she goes,
I don't know of you, but I know of another member. Kipley. Remind her she has 5 days left before she must bring back the history of Paradise Peak to me in prime condition or face the consequence.
Yeah, can do. I didn't even know she... I've never seen her read before.
She took out the collection 2 months ago. Almost 2 months ago. Specifically, 55 days ago. 5 days left. Remind her. I always get what's due.
I will tell her exactly that.
Good. In the meantime, you boys get comfortable.
and the face whittles out. And just kind of, you hear not a pop, but just kind of like the. Do you know the turtle meme where it goes, ah? You just hear like a deeper.
Unfortunately, I do.
Oh God. Okay.
It's like a lower undertone version of
God,
that.
A
everyone
down-pitched
understood
turtle
that.
moan. Okay.
Down pitched turtle moan for sure. I don't know why that was the best / first thing that came to my head, but it was. So congratulations, you get to deal with that. But the head does leave as with the sound.
As the head starts to disappear, he kind of pulls the chair back forward so he's closer to the face, and he's like, "Wait!" And then it disappears. Damn it! He puts his head in his hands on the table. He's rubbing his eyes, and he looks to Mammoth, and he's like, "Hey, Mammoth,
My Mustang.
you remember I guess it was just a few days ago, how we were having that conversation with Duradon and Cyrus about, how Duradon had a little bit of a strange relationship with Hiruma, talking to his weapon.
Yeah.
He then looks up from his hands and it kind of like pleading with the sky. I lied. It's not weird. I talked to my gun too and it didn't even talk back to me. And now it's gone.
Um.
And his head's back in his hands.
I don't know how to respond to that.
No. You wouldn't, Mammoth. It's not your responsibility. Oh, and he goes back to leaning back in his chair and he's looking up at the ceiling. It's not your responsibility at all.
Well, we'll find it.
I like your attitude. You look real good in those cowboy clothes.
I have to agree.
That's why you're my deputy. And he'll lean back forward and he'll extend a fist across the table for him to fist bump.
I'll bump him back.
Mustang, he nods kind of solemnly, goes back to sitting in the chair, and now this time instead of looking war-torn and staring off into 1,000 yards, he seems a little more contemplative and present as he stares off into the distance.
Sure thing. Anything else from both of you before we take a long rest?
Nope.
Negative.
He shouldn't die.
Ah! Wow. Mustang feisty. New. Anything that you would like to do before you complete your long rest? I know yours is rather quick, so if you like, you can go back to patrolling the guild hall nice and early. Or if there's anything in between that you'd like to fill in.
Me? Sorry, I zoned out.
You knew it's the same thing.
Okay.
If there's anything that you would like to do.
Not really. He just knows he wants to get somewhere warm. And he probably, knowing that it is cold out, he probably would stay in at least until daylight. Once daybreak starts coming up, then he'd probably step back out again.
Sure. Go ahead and just roll me a. What's New's passive perception actually?
19.
19. Ooh. New is just decked out on ability score.
He is an
checks.
expert in perception and stealth.
Fuck yeah. There is a kind of brief understanding as you begin making your way back out towards the guild hall. That as it's the early hours of the morning, you would expect some guard patrols to be posted.
Mm-hmm.
And you are used to avoiding them stealthily and skillfully, of course, as you clearly have shown you can do. However, you don't run into that problem. As you begin kind of taking some of the stealthier routes through the streets or even above them by going rooftop to rooftop, you notice in the wee hours of the morning, roughly about for you be waking up, waiting for the just early rays of sun to begin warming up, which through the clouds, actually, the sun hasn't peaked on Paradise Peak for a number of days. So it's just kind of guesstimating the time of when you would hope it to be warmer. But even so, just call it like early, like 6:30 in the morning. And as you head out, you notice the streets are almost completely empty. You do see there are guards, and it's mostly common guard. But their numbers and the amount of patrols that you run into are only about what would normally be 5 to 6. You only see 1 or 2. And going around that, go ahead and make me a stealth check with advantage. $21, low roll.
Right?
As you begin to make your way, is there anywhere that you'd like to go before you visit the guild hall?
No, I think he would just head straight over there so we make sure he doesn't miss anything.
Sure thing. You make your way back. Do you go to the same spot you were yesterday?
Yes. Yeah, we'll do that.
Wonderful. You sit there for roughly about 35 minutes. Taking posts. Not seeing any changes. Not really noticing any major foot traffic this early in the morning. However, what you do hear is footsteps. Not coming from the street or from the guild hall, but posted up on the side of the temple. You are right next to, obviously not sitting on, because that'd be stupid. I give you the benefit of the doubt. But you're sitting close enough to a window that is currently cracked that you can hear footsteps coming from within inside.
We'll make sure he gets out of sight. I mean, I know I rolled high on stealth, but...
Mm-hmm. You have a strong feeling it would be extraordinarily hard for a commoner or even someone with decent perception to spot you. Nevertheless, not really worrying about it as much as just a reminder. You do continue to hear footsteps make their way up and about. And as you shift your way kind of further up the building, to get kind of sitting directly on top of the actual window itself, you watch as the shutter doors open and the window itself opened, as what appears to be a younger male figure, dressed in various bits of white and golden robes, just kind of looking out over the city and briefly stopping to look at the guild hall before you see they let out this heavy sigh and kind of their breath is caught by the cold carrying up a little bit. And you see as their eyes kind of just haphazardly follow the breath as it rises, they catch yours. As it just stares, almost like a deer in headlights. Not moving. Not saying anything. Not looking overly concerned or panicked. But also not running away. As he just kind of holds eye contact with you for a second.
He'll just kind of nod at him, and then he'll look straight out to the guild hall. Like he acknowledges that he's there, but yeah, it's whatever.
after a few moments, seeing that you've recognized him and continue to move on, he goes,
There a lovely lady that you are trying to look over in these early hours, or are you simply enjoying the view of the council's pride and joy?
Just enjoying the view.
Do you often enjoy the view, excuse me, in the early waking hours? Freezing cold, snow, ice, and rain on temple rooftops?
Yes,
Is it peaceful?
I find it peaceful for myself. Some may not.
Do you know what building you are standing on?
No. Should I move?
No. As long as you are not trying to harm anyone. Old welcomes all visitors.
I don't plan on being here too long, but I definitely do not plan on starting or making any trouble while I'm up here.
Depending how long you're up there, you might be the one in trouble.
and you see he kind of looks down and behind him and looks back, goes,
The view of the window is the same as up there if you'd like to come in out of the cold. At least for a little while. If you have not eaten, there is plenty that we can prep for you.
I am not hungry at the moment, like I mentioned. I won't be here for long. I will go about my business. If you'd like for me to leave now, I can.
No. Old is both god of wind and travel, and all travelers are welcome in his temple, and in most cases, I guess, on top of it as well. It is unusual sight for it to be in this manner. However, you do have to pay the toll in order to enter.
Pay the toll.
If you would be so kind.
And that is.
Stories.
Stories.
One who
What?
is of travel does not value material, as he cannot always bring it with him, whether in this life, a journey of sea, sky, or land. But as long as you breathe, you can bring stories anywhere. So if you be so kind.
Do not think I have any stories that would be of interest to you.
I think you'd be surprised. I find an interest in many things. And it is not the interest of the story that matters, nor the quality. It is the exchange, the understanding of passing travelers. Knowing that you will always have someone on the winds listening to them. And going with them if you're lucky enough.
Well, give me a few moments if you don't mind.
Of course.
And I'll come in properly instead of through that window there.
You are welcome either way.
He'll nod at him.
You climb down to go in the front.
No, he
Just
does
go out the
climb
window.
down, but
Okay.
he tries to see if he can find somewhere else to post up.
He runs.
Go ahead and make me a perception check, because this is actively looking for somewhere.
Okay. Oh.
6. So as previously described, this isn't the top of the actual steeple. This is the more comfortable / tactical position, so that you can see both the main entrance and the side entrance while being out of the public sight. You can technically get higher, and it's less comfortable, and you can remain having the guild both entrances in view. It's just you are kind of tucked up on top of the actual not arch, but the steeple's formation, where kind of the 4 pillars turn into a small little crescent dome up top. So there's somewhere you can sit up top. It's small enough that you can't fully fit. So like your legs have to like kind of sit out of 2 separate pillars.
Gotcha.
Or you're doing like knees to chest.
A proper squat.
Yeah, you're either doing Slavic squats or you're letting the feet dangle. But you can go up there.
No, that doesn't sound. If the roofs weren't as snowy and slippery as they are, he might do that. He would probably just go ahead and focus on the side entrance, since the previous night he had seen a little bit more action coming in and out of there than the main entrance.
Sure.
So he'll just kind of shift around.
You pivot towards the left side of the church, which leans towards the temple, which leans towards the actual back of it. So you just literally walk away from the window and continue to go down. And from this position, you are, at least should be, completely out of sight from it, while also being a little bit more in the open. However, a master of stealth it's not a blizzard anymore. It is just kind of like a calm snow. But still, nonetheless, in this weather condition, the black may be a little ambitious. However, keeping low enough to the actual church, where I've messed it up twice in the span of 2 sentences. In the temple, you blend in well enough, as there are black shingles on top of it. The temple, that is.
Right, yeah.
Go ahead and give me a perception check as you do try and this is just general as you look over the side entrance for a little while.
Okay. Can I also ask, is there like any, I don't know, like anywhere outside on the ground that he could just kind of sit at, like an outside table or a bench?
Next
still
to the
have-
guild hall,
And just
no.
have, not next to it, but just have it in eyesight.
The guild hall itself has about a roughly, we're gonna call it like 100-foot radius, where it is just kind of like shrubbery and almost like a small bit of garden in the center town that separates it from other buildings.
Okay.
Looking down to what would be the closest thing to it. What did you you haven't rolled for anything?
I haven't rolled it. Yeah,
For 26 perception, I'll carry that over to this 'cause it's close enough in the time window that it can fit. There is a bench roughly about 150 feet away from where you currently are. Just past the temple, there is kind of like a small bit of archways that leads off into a fountain. And next to the fountain, there are a few benches. It's off far enough that you won't be able to see the main entrance, but if you're just worried about the side entrance, you do have a direct view. If you're sitting at one of those benches, you can literally just slightly turn your head right, and you can see right inside the guild hall.
Okay. Yeah, he'll post up there.
Make me an acrobatics check. Get down.
Okay.
It is slippery. I do feel I have to make one.
You're good.
At least one. 25. God damn.
Keep these rolls
21,
going.
26, 25. We on fire. You make your way down. Now, I assume there's no stealth elements to it once you are down on the ground.
Right, yeah.
You are just sitting on the bench openly.
Right. Mm-hmm.
Cool.
Just putting out the vibes.
Go ahead, for the sake of sakes, and just roll me a d20. Straight d20. Do a little bit of a Lexi check. Cool. You do see, again, not a lot of guards were seen on patrol, but as time passes and morning comes, because you are close enough to the building and the only one there in such an early hour of the morning, you do see a pair of guards, not in an aggressive manner, but do like kind of turn and kind of make direct eye contact with you, and slowly begin to approach you. As you see, one of them hails you.
He'll look at him, watching him come up.
Are
they approaching me?
They approach. Yeah.
Okay. Yeah.
As the as the larger of the two begins to approach, you see he goes, excuse me, I don't mean to be a bother, sir, but do I have a reason exactly why you're out here so early in the morning?
I'm an early morning person.
You're just enjoying the fountain?
Just enjoying the fresh air. Just sitting, looking around, minding my own business.
How long have you been out here for?
Not long.
Wonderful. Are you a vassal?
No.
What's your profession?
I'm just a traveler. Can't really say I have a profession.
Odd jobs here and there?
Yeah, just do what I can.
Currently in work or unemployed?
Unemployed.
Well, Omengard are always looking for fellow hands, especially in these days. You seem to be minding your business here. I must ask, just at a second thought here. What's with the get-up? He kind of looks you head to toe in the full black, dark studded leather armor, raven feathers ensemble. His eyes kind of, they don't narrow, but he makes no attempt to hide him looking you up and down.
He looks himself up and down and then looks back up to the guard. What's wrong with wearing black?
So it doesn't seem like the armor and or leathers of an unemployed man. No offense, I don't know what you do for your odd jobs. However, the city is not in an official shutdown or curfew, but I must ask, if you're just enjoying the fresh air, not to linger here too long. There's been a number of dangerous activities, both in this area and nearby areas, and for your safety and the safety of those who live here,
I ask you to return to wherever you are currently staying, or to the job boards. Potentially help you find some work while you're at Paradise Peak.
And how long should I wait?
I would
I
suggest
guess you
not
could
long.
say. Well, I mean, before I can come out and walk the streets and just enjoy my day.
We don't have an official answer yet. If you're just
Oh.
talking about today,
Yes.
a few hours. When you see the city is alive and out and about, no reason to not join them, but it's bloody early hours of the morning. Not many people are currently active. A lot of jobs and businesses are currently in the, well, they're not open in these hours. So why don't you wait until roughly about 11 noon? Grab yourself some afternoon lunch.
What type of troubles should I be keeping an eye out for? While I'm
Nothing that the common guard can't handle. Some pesky thieves. Bits of squabbles here and there. Well, since it is dangerous territories, why don't we walk you back to where you're staying, your domicile, just to ensure your safety?
Well, that's not necessary.
Yeah, I insist. It's our duty to keep our civilians safe, and as any kind of gestures towards the guild hall, as the council's guild hall was having a conflict last night, I just can't leave you here in good conscience. So if you'd be so kind.
What sort of conflict, can I ask?
Not something that the public is allowed to know just yet. But keep your eyes to the newsletters and it will eventually be posted on the board.
Do you mind if we stop by that board before we go back?
Hasn't been updated since yesterday, but depending
well,
on
you
which
had.
direction you're headed, I wouldn't mind.
Well, I only asked because you had mentioned it earlier that I might check the board for some work while I'm
Job
here.
board. Job board. We have a number of different,
Oh,
both postings for, I don't know how long you've been on Paradise Peak, but we have not enough printing capacity to hand out paper and or parchment, parchment announcements to everyone's personal domiciles. So we have local boards where people can go and view local news, happenings, events, and things like that posted up around the city. At least within the Dreaming City, the Cloud District works in little different ways, but the job board, if you are looking, I can bring you there.
yes. If you don't mind, let's stop by there first.
By all means, follow us. And you see one smaller one who hasn't said anything yet. Looks you can't really see past the armor because the helm does cover the majority of the face. However, the height gives it away that is either some sort of smaller race beneath. Dwarf, halfling, gnome, whatever it might be.
Gotcha.
The gentleman you've been talking to, Sart, you can't see the ears and or any other discerning traits,
Mhm.
but they're of medium build and slightly larger than average height, roughly around just like 5'11", 6 foot.
Okay.
So as they begin making their way towards the town square,
Where the job board's posted. The dwarf goes beside you, and the taller man you've been talking to goes and kind of saddles up in front to lead the way.
Okay.
Do you go with them or do you try and break off?
He'll go with him to the board.
Okay.
And then he'll. Oh, go ahead. Sorry.
No, we're interrupting. I was just making sure.
Yeah.
It is quite a ways away from the guild hall. It's roughly about a 20 to 25 minute walk.
Jesus.
Hey. The guild hall, surprise, surprise, is not the center of the city. As he brings you to the city square, you can see. By the way, fun fact: City Square is where you first met Duradon. The job board postings is legitimately just like blacksmith looking for hirelings, willing to train. You see a job that you haven't seen very commonly in other parts of the world, but specifically at Paradise Peak, there is mail carriers. There is not necessarily a paperboy-esque job, but there is a full-time working under the council as a runner for them to deliver messages on the island. You can see all different sorts and types of. There aren't too many. In total, there's only about like maybe 11, 12 at most. And you can see there's a large portion of the board that is empty, meaning that there's probably got cleaned out yesterday, and it's early enough that no new postings have been put up. But as you're kind of looking at it, you see the guards just kind of look back and forth between the board and you, and see a tall one goes, "Anything that you fancy or grabs your interest?"
No, I don't think I see anything right now. I'll have to come back and check later.
Well, it is updated, not necessarily daily, but at least once a week, so feel free to pop back in. Whereabouts are you staying, sir?
DM, where is exactly the antique shop that he is aware of?
Yeah. If you're gonna tell him exactly where you are, it is in the northeastern part of the Dreaming City. It is not the furthest edge on the corner of the wall, but the second to it, second street right next to it.
Okay, is there any like inns or anything close by or in that direction?
Make me a history check.
Okay.
Natural 20. New's ability check rolls have been so good since he got here. This is astounding. Jared would weep. Jared would weep of both happiness and jealousy for seeing such a creation. Hell yeah. You think back, and close enough, not right next to it,
Yeah.
but close enough is an option that you have personally never stayed at because it is a little bit more popular, and it is kind of not a destination inn or a tourist inn, excuse me, but it does draw a lot of the locals. The Vermilion Scabbard, excuse me.
The Vermilion Scabbard?
Yeah.
Okay.
Not-
Yes. We just staying at the Vermilion Scabbard. If you just want to make your way that way, I can follow.
Sure. And so sorry for not asking earlier. What's your name? Just in case any job postings might find our way over to you, we can deliver to the Vermilion Scabbard under the name of...
My name is Vash.
Vash?
Yes, just Vash.
No surname?
No.
Go ahead and give me a deception check.
Oh, let's keep it going.
Oh
21.
my god. What the
Uh,
fuck?
Go ahead. I think it's possible they can get that. It's just not likely.
What
Anything's possible.
rituals do you do before a game?
This is crazy.
I cannot talk about it.
Insane. Megan is grieving all of those nat ones. Oh god. All right.
I've just had 5 over 20 rolls out of 6, so
Yeah, no, only 5. Not like you rolled almost completely
Yeah.
flawlessly the introduction one as well. Anyway, this is a +3 to this roll. Only 15. He goes, whereabouts in the world do you acquire names such as Vash? I haven't heard any Vashes in here in a while. I guess at all, really.
I grew up an orphan, so I never really knew my actual name. Yes.
Understandable. Well, it's a pleasure, Vash.
And your name was? I don't think I caught it.
Roland.
Roland.
Yes.
Pleasure as well.
A pleasure. Thank you again for being so cooperative. The city is a bit at high tensions at the moment. As we've seen someone out and about so early, snooping about not a crime scene, but where a crime was just committed. Just making sure you're not in trouble, Vash, or you're not trying to cause trouble.
Oh, I understand.
But if you're staying at Vermilion Tavern, Vermilion Scabbard, Vermilion Tavern, early in the morning, we can walk you over there right now if you like. It's on a
Sure.
patrol route.
Sounds good to me.
Wonderful. And they begin to make their way over to the Vermilion Scabbard, which is another about 20-minute walk. Since you do go to the center of the town, luckily it's not too roundabout, and you do know the streets somewhat. Do you just follow them to the Scabbard?
Is it the same lineup? Is one of them standing next to me? Or are they both in front of me? Am I in the middle of them?
You did roll 21. Go ahead and roll me just a straight charisma check.
Charisma.
7. Okay. Use
feel
inspiration if you like. I feel better.
That's more like it.
You want to use inspiration? Or you want to keep it?
Yeah, I'll use one. Why not?
Gets an at 20. Megan's gonna try and kill you. 13. Okay.
That's better.
The shorter fellow does stay by your side.
Okay.
It was more of trying to gauge your friendliness and your
Right.
answers
Right.
versus their professionalism.
I got
So
you.
it's not necessarily you doing anything wrong. It is more them doing their job to
Right.
make sure both you're safe and you don't bolt.
Yeah, If they had both been in
But-
front of me, he would have bolted for sure. But with one of them at least at his side, he's not gonna risk it.
Put it at a big old 15 in my head. But you see that Roland takes you and leads you over towards the Vermilion Scabbard. They don't go inside, but they do hover outside as they arrive at the doorstep. The tavern, you don't see on the inside or hear any like bustling or kind of early crowds, either
Mhm.
waking up or making their way in/out. But you do smell the both baking of bread, of fresh bread in the process, and what smells like eggs in the making as well. Kind of just lingering at the front of the doorstep as they leave you there. The warmth of the tavern definitely feeling way more inviting than the cold you've been accustomed to. And you see the two of them go. At least Roland goes, "All right. It was a pleasure, Vash. If you do end up staying, are you planning on staying here for a while?"
Yeah, that's the plan. We'll see how it goes.
All right, wonderful. Well, I don't want to take up too much of your time, and we do have to continue on our patrol. But it was a pleasure. Try not to keep your wanderings near the guild hall, at least for the next couple of days. Would be appreciated. And I would recommend, if you're looking for a nice early walk about the beach. Paradise Peak, I don't know if you are a traveler from here who spends so much time here. We have excellent beach walking paths and sea lines, a few jetties that extend out for quite a while. Certainly enjoyable in the early morning hours.
I'll keep that in mind. I appreciate it.
Was. Well, have yourself a lovely day.
You as well. He'll go inside.
You see both of them begin to leave.
And
As you
he'll-
head in, oh,
Sorry, I was just gonna say he'll just find somewhere to sit down. Just wait a bit
and then head right back out.
to give them time to leave the area.
How long do you wait?
Hmm?
How long do you wait?
What time is it approximately?
For the walking and talking and all of this, it's about 7. I'll call it like 7:15.
He'll just kind of wait until he starts seeing more people out and about before he,
Okay.
yeah.
He did tell you it's probably going to be till later in the day for like a few hours. So if you're only going to wait a few hours, if you wait a few hours. If you want to get back to your post,
He'll just wait. He'll wait it out.
all right. The morning hour passes. For anyone who hasn't, all of you can go ahead and mark down a long rest. Kipley can go ahead and mark yourself down from 5 level exhaustion to 4. Congratulations, you get half your movement speed, not 0.
Yay!
It's still everything hurts. It is not a pleasant situation you find yourself in. However, you can move. It's just not very mobile.
I have full hit points. That's great.
Or do you? Keep in mind, I'm 90% sure your HP is halved.
Wow, D&D Beyond, you have failed me.
I don't think D&D Beyond automatically does that for
Hit
exhaustion
point
levels. It's
maximum
good, but
is
it's not
halved. You are correct.
See, I occasionally read the rules. Occasionally. Oh yeah, disadvantage on attack or saving throws. Speed is halved. Hit point maximum is halved.
All
Disability.
right. Yeah.
Hey, oh, I'm just,
She's
I'm
like, be
just
quiet,
reading
okay.
it off for the audio listeners at home.
No, you're right.
In case anyone's curious, and not to rub it in your face, why would I do that? But
I got it.
you do more importantly drop to 4 levels exhaustion and regain all of your spells back. is there anything that Kipley would like to do in the early morning hours as you awaken from your slumber?
I
House
mean,
is silent. Mhm.
yeah, her first thought would be to check on Duodon. Duodon.
Duadon?
Duodon.
What up, Sure.
Yeah, no, she would just that's her first and foremost.
You kind of old lady hunched crouch walk over to the door, kind of just carrying as much weight on the frame as possible. And kind of slowly creak it open. There's no one out and about in the hallway. However, even with your respectively shitty passive perception, you do see sitting in a wooden chair just outside of your door, with her head slightly stooped, clearly knocked out, is Mira. Um, you can take a guess, to the very least, that she's been out here for a while. Because it's not like a light snooze. She is like full on, like snore, like out of it.
Outside my door or Duodon's?
Yeah, she's posted up outside your door. You don't know which one Duradon's in.
Oh,
You were just dumped in a room.
can I roll to see if she remembers what it looks like?
What Mira looks like? Sure, yeah. Roll me a history check. It would be at advantage, but you have disadvantage, so just roll me straight.
Okay. Yep, that
Put this
that
lady at my
sounds
doorstep.
right.
Natural
right.
one! Natural one! Oh, Megan. Yeah, you want to use inspiration for...
God no.
Is Mira not you wake up in such a haze, and it's not been too long since you've last seen her, but you've had 2 interactions with this woman before, and she is in a different outfit than what she is currently wearing at the guild hall. Right now she's just kind of in what looks like to be kind of beat up leathers with a large kind of overcoat over her, and you stare at this woman for like a good few seconds, kind of like eyes doing the frog blink, where one eye blinks and the other eye slowly opens and blinks. And you have never seen this woman before in your life.
Yeah, she's just like, this is another person I have to get past.
But she is. Oh, right there it is. Frog blink. There you go. She is fully. She does appear to be fully asleep, so you can make your way around. Evelyn Kroll does run an estate and extraordinarily large mansion within it. She's gonna start looking indoors because you have not a singular clue where Duradon is.
Oh. Yeah. If she doesn't have a clue what she's doing, she's looking, opening doors, thinking she's being sneaky. Probably not.
Go ahead and roll me a D10.
D10. Aye.
9. Cool. Go ahead and roll me a stealth check with disadvantage.
Fuck. Oops. Disadvantage. Stealth. Pacha. Yep.
6. That's about right.
Yep.
You make it about 9. We'll call it the 8th door. Before it does the door thing, which every PTSD-ridden child and adult knows, where it creaks extraordinarily loudly, and you being unable to move swiftly, nor being unable to really do anything about it. Just kind of keep looking in the room, and when you close the door, you just see a really bedhead, tired Mira just kind of right in your face. Just kind of staring up at you with that like groggy, I just got up and my eyes won't physically open, but I am staring directly into you look. Goes, oh fuck, I hate this. Hey, what are you doing up in the morning, Miss Kipley? Also, what are you looking for? Do you need anything?
No.
Why are you opening all the doors?
I'm looking for someone.
What are you looking for, dear? I would highly suggest you not open many more, because you're going to start hitting vessel doors real quick. And if you get Jay, she's going to kick your ass. Arse? Arse?
Jay.
I can't. Arse? I don't know it. I'm tired.
I know Jay.
You don't want to see her early in the morning. She's a busy one. With all due respect, don't tell her I said that. She'll kill me.
What's your name again?
You see her face just kind of like go into surprise and then just drop.
We talked on the vessel ship token for like 10 minutes last night. Even multiple interactions. Do you not remember who I am? I saved your life and was also, in doing so, told to be a steward over your watch as you recover for the next few days. Because you told me to break into this estate to get help. Not ringing the
Kipley's,
bell
like
at all.
quiet for a long moment before she just kind of takes a few steps forward, pauses, and then she just like pulls Mira into a hug.
Ooh, okay, alright, that's... You're really cold for some reason. That's not good. I don't know if it's because you're sick, but you're freezing. Do you need a blanket or a coat or something?
Do you think that's going to be better than just pure body heat?
Right, I was told to be your steward, not your personal pillow. I would prefer not to walk around like this.
Mira,
Yeah, I'm listening.
why are you sitting outside my door?
Did you not listen to a word I just said?
No, I'm sorry. There's.
Alright, no, it's alright. You are recovering from a terrible accident. I was posted as your steward until you're done recovering.
What's
Because
that mean?
I'm supposed to watch over you to make sure you don't get into trouble and to make sure nothing bad happens to you.
Or does that really just mean to make sure I don't do anything stupid?
Right. That is well to make sure you don't leave the premises. Miss Kroll asked me to make sure that you are at least in good health before you try and do so. And you don't look to be in good health, dear.
Mira,
I would suggest, right?
you saved my life.
Sure. If you like to phrase it that way, you can.
Kipley's going to dig into her vassalship token, and she's going to pull out 500 gold pieces.
Ooh.
And hand it to her.
As you take out the gold, and I assume, I don't know the exact proportions, but I assume you're going to be giving it to her in a bag, not just 500 gold, because that would just crush this tiny woman. She's pulling out the 500 gold.
I don't know if she's got a bag. If she does, sure.
Complimentary of the council per every business request. As of now, everything comes with a bag, so this doesn't happen. As soon as the sack is put into her hands, there is like a dip because of the weight. And she looks at the bag and looks at you and just takes a hand and just slightly pulls on the string to look inside and looks back at you. And although Kipley hasn't been on Paradise Peak for very long, you're well aware of what the minimum wage of a employee, at least for like a manager of a shop, would be paid. You have essentially given in this one moment roughly about 400 years worth of salary.
Mm-hmm.
And she just looks down at the bag and looks up at you, looks down the bag, looks up at you. I don't know if I can accept this or not. This is a lot of money. And I really didn't do much. All I did was make a call and pick a door.
Kipley
talk to Miss
places her
Crow.
hands on each side of her head and like leans down and just presses a kiss to her forehead.
Oh, it's cold. I appreciate the sentiment, but you're freezing, dear. You're free. I don't feel any blood flow in you, actually. Are you alright? You see, she kind of, as you're like head to head, she kind of takes her small gnomish hand, just kind of puts it against your forehead. Oh dear, you're as cold as a wet fish. Are you sure you don't want to get a blanket? I cannot overstate. Gratitude does not fit a word in my dictionary that could describe how I feel in this moment. I physically don't think I can accept this, because I don't know what I do with it. Nor do I feel safe carrying that money around. I could leave it here, I really could, but it's a lot of gold, Kipley. Miss Kipley, it's a lot of gold, Miss Kipley.
Yeah, but I don't know how else to show appreciation. The last time I tried to show appreciation, I gave them a stick with golden engraving on it, and
Right?
I thought they appreciated it, but I'm not sure if they did or understood it, and so I thought maybe people just wanted gold.
Right. Okay, dear. And you see she gingerly takes the bag, and you see she takes, I'm sorry if this annoys you, a single gold coin and gives 499 back in the sack, and kind of gently places it back in your hands. Right. We'll call this an additional service fee for the stewardship. Them not being paid for, but now I am. Appreciated. And we'll call this, and she kind of pushes the bag towards, she can't put it in the token, but she kind of just pushes it towards the token, trying like in a shoving manner, like she's trying to push it inside of it. Call this insurance that not everyone just wants your gold as a sign of respect or thanks. Alright, I'm alright, I'm good.
Are you though?
The council takes care of its of those who work underneath it.
I was
It's
afraid you
not-
got in trouble though.
A smidge. I'll be fine.
This doesn't feel right, Mira. I feel like I really owe you.
Well, you just paid for a week's worth of work. So you've owed me, you've paid me. The debt is done. and I couldn't take any more. Otherwise, that would be extortion. Because you are clearly not of sound mind or body, because it feels like you're the walking dead at the moment. Yes, as a reference for those audio listeners at home.
Or
Her nose was bleeding. No.
do you know what I don't that?
Duradon. I don't know Duradon, dear.
That's
I know you're
right.
the only one on this floor.
Oh, that's helpful.
I
What?
don't think Miss Crow's brought anyone else in that I know of.
What?
I've been posted outside your room basically all night. I saw she had a brief conversation with a guest, but I haven't seen anyone else inside the
Who?
building. You say who? She just kind of like gives you a look. Right. I don't know if I should tell you.
Why?
Oh, Miss Crow suggested I keep it to myself.
Oh. Yeah, no, I understand. You've done so much for me. I don't want you to get in trouble.
It's alright, I know, it's just a bit of curiosity.
Maybe.
Yeah, I show myself.
Well, you know what do they look like?
Oh, you're really pushing me on this.
Okay, no, you don't
I
have to.
I will tell you this right now, Miss Ghibli. I
Kipli
will
cast
break.
detect thoughts.
I will.
Oh.
As she goes, as you cast it. By the way, there's verbal and somatic components, so she will know you're casting a spell.
Mm-hmm.
But also she goes, "I will break like a glass vase if you ask," and then you cast the spell. Are you prying deep, or are you just getting surface thoughts?
Just surface.
Cool. Immediate surface thoughts are, "I will break so easily." I am horrible at keeping secrets. Please don't ask me any further. I really don't want to get in trouble. Immediate next surface thought. It was a woman. One of which I am quite familiar with. Cannot tell her from which house she bears, because I will get in further trouble. Haven't seen her anywhere except for pause. And because this is like you in silence just listening to her thoughts, she continues talking during this. Hey, I'll break like a glass vase. Please, oh, what did you just do right there? You just said some words?
Yeah.
And then immediately turns to, curious. What did she just do?
Mira.
Right? Yeah. What did you just do? Did you just cast some wiggly boo about me? She's charmed me. Am I being forced to tell you things?
Not charmed, no. So, fun fact.
I don't know if you like fun facts, but okay.
So, one of the reasons Evelyn, I think, likes me, I can read thoughts to a certain degree.
Oh, please, no.
Well, no, this is good because it's not your fault.
Now I think you've told me. If Evelyn looks in my head, then she'll know, because then she'll see me knowing, the view knowing that you know what I know, and then she'll know, and then I'll be...
You'll be
You
what?
know. Detect thoughts still up. You get the surface thought of, in deeper shit, there's the brief, not, again, it's a service thought, you can't really insight a service thought, but you just get impending doom. You just get the feeling of impending doom, and dead.
Mira,
It's my name.
do you know that Evelyn brought someone up? How many floors are in this house?
It's a 6-story building.
Fuck me, really?
Yeah.
God
I'm
damn.
surprised. Don't you know you're a vassal of Miss Crow, aren't you? Have you not taken residence here like all the other vassals?
You could stay here?
She should have told you that when you became a vessel, no?
No.
It's
No.
normally what people become vessels for is because you get to stay in the island for free, with no rent or obligations besides doing, I think it's like a quest like once every 3 months.
Kimberly like throws her hands up. Look, I'm not surprised. Not many people want me staying with them. It's okay.
Oh, I feel
I'm
like
not.
she would have. I don't. Oh, alright.
Here's the thing.
Yeah. I'm listening.
I'm going to go knock on every fucking door in
Oh,
this
please
building.
don't. Please, I really beg. I'd rather just get. And you get inside thoughts. I'd rather just give you a description of what the person looks like rather than you do this.
I'll take it.
Oh, you're reading my thoughts, dear. Please don't do that. No.
I'm
Please
sorry,
don't
I
do that.
really can't help it.
There's a lot of sleeping souls here, and a lot of angry vessels if you wake up early in the morning.
I
And
see.
Jay has turned me into a frog before. And you see the image. Oh, you're not deeping. You're not deeping. Closer. Deeper words.
Yeah, Kipley holds up a hand and just says, "It's all right. I've got this." And she's going to start walking down the hallway
No, please
and
don't
just
do that.
detecting the thoughts of every door she goes past.
Let me check. Does that go through wall? I don't think it does. It might. Within 30 feet of you, can penetrate barriers, but 2 feet of rock, 2 inches of any metal, other than lead or thin sheet of lead blocks you. Cannot detect a creature of intelligence 3 or lower. One does not speak any language. Well, you can't detect Urdon right now. Not kidding. Gotcha. Cool. Yeah, if you want to start just walking down the hall, you do have to go, because the hallway is big enough that you have to go from each side of it to get a full encompassment of it, because these rooms are big. They're not small by any means. So if you're trying to get each and every door, you have to kind of go like ping pong back and forth, just ding, 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 going left, right, left, right, left, right as you walk down the hall. I assume you're searching for Duradon.
Yeah.
Cool. With how long you've talked to Mira,
Cast it again.
I was gonna say you can continue to cast again if you like. You only got like 30 more seconds on this one. So 6 rounds later, 6 doors later, you still don't find him.
Alright.
Also, she did say no one else is on this floor.
Chill. Fuck, there's 6 floors?
Yeah. Remember way back when?
No.
When
Let's assume no.
remember when back when you had the encounter with Mira specifically, and she said that Evelyn Kroll took in almost 1,000 refugees in her estate? Yeah. You can see why. This hallway alone probably has about 50 rooms in it by itself, and you don't know if this is the only building of her estate. She's rich.
Is Mira still following me?
Yeah, no, she's trying to stop you, and she's trying to... You know what? Do you try and go downstairs?
She would probably... As she's, like, trying to go downstairs, she kind of pauses, catches her breath for a minute.
Mira will do Red Rover style, arms outstretched, and she's gonna try and prevent you from going down the stairs. Right, if you could just stay on this floor. If you have a message or anything you'd like to deliver, or for me to check on, I can do it for you. Just please
Yes.
don't leave the
Yes.
floor.
Please. Please.
Okay, alright, I'm listening. It's calm down, it's alright. No, nothing needed. You're fine. You're fine, everything's good. It's all good. In here. Right? What do you need me to do for you to stop crying and go back to bed?
Can you send a message to someone you don't know? Or
No.
do you know any of the other party members of the 6?
I don't know what a 6 is. Is that like a group of people? Oh, don't do that. Please don't do that. Oh, if you cast detect thoughts again, you get the surface thoughts of Evelyn will kill me if she finds her crying and me right next to her. Please don't do that. Listen, I might not be able to, but someone else might know who you're looking for. What's the name?
Reese.
Reese?
Or Mustang. Or Mama.
Please tell me you've got a last name for one of these at least. It's a test for Kipley. Does she remember anyone's last names?
Hold on, let me think.
I'm gonna leave that up to you.
I seriously do not have last names written down for these people. No, she starts shedding tears.
Don't. Please, no, don't do that. Right, calm down. I will look for the vessel ship database. No, not database, transcript. I will see if I
One
can
of them's
find...
not a vassal.
Alright, I will look for the ones that are. Which one's not a vessel?
She kind
Wait.
of like leaned back against the wall, just kind of slides down to a seated position.
Dramatic slide.
Yeah.
She goes, a vessel doing vessel work. It's not a vessel. You know it's illegal, right?
Does it matter, Mira? Does it matter?
It's someone who's trying to protect you for the next 4 days? 5 days? Maybe.
If
If I
they're
have to
doing
keep you
the
out the legal
work,
trouble.
if they're doing the work, they're risking their life, doing the same work that I'm doing.
Okay, we're in leave. Alright, not the time to discuss it. Just something you might want to bring up about. Just who then maybe mention don't do guild jobs. Is there specifically for guild members, like Vessels or Vulcans? If a non-guild approved member tries to take on jobs, you have to get special permission to do it by the council, unless you're perjuring yourself as a Vessel, or a Vulcan, even worse. And that's really bad. That's like years and years of jail time. It's like impersonating a common guard, but worse.
Who would
I'm
want to
realizing
do
I'm not
that?
helping this at all. Right? No. Alright. What is the name? Which one isn't wink wink is or may not be a vessel at this current time in notion? Wink wink. I said that loud.
Kipley
Fuck.
pulls 5 more gold out of her vassalship
Ooh.
token and just sets
Don't make
it
this an exchange. Don't make this an
onto
exchange.
the ground.
It's going to look so much worse if this gets brought up in a court of law.
And she's
Please
going to
don't make
stand up,
No, if you walk
look
away.
at Mira.
No, please don't. Please don't. I just need a name and I'll go keep the gold.
You're not going to get in trouble.
I very much will if I get caught taking gold in exchange for things.
It's not an
Especially these
exchange if it's just there and you have
Oh,
no
don't-
one to
no,
take
this
it
is-
from.
No.
And Kipley
no.
will cast greater invisibility. She will shift
Kipley,
and she
no.
will fly off.
Keep in mind, your movement is halved.
Yeah.
Uh, also,
So she gets
keep in
30
mind-
seconds away.
Keep in mind, your invisibility lasts for a minute.
Yeah.
I'm gonna be so real with you. Nothing is stopping you from getting away from Mira in this moment. You fly down the staircase. Actually, you know what? I'm gonna be really generous. I'm gonna try and tease my brain a little bit to see if I can do math. So half your movement speed is 30 feet, going down to 15.
Yep.
Guard invisibility lasts for 10 rounds.
Yep.
You can move generously, let's say 20 feet around. Because dashing in your condition, not good. You can barely walk, never mind fly. So let's say you action dashing, a nice 20 feet. You have 10 rounds. Obviously, you have longer shifter time. But I will ask you for a con check if you continue to go past this. But going down the stairs alone, just flying down them, you are looking at 30, 6. You can do 20 per turn. 10 turns of invisibility. So you make it to the doors of the estate, and the invisibility has already been gone for 30 seconds.
That's fair.
Your because you did visit here once, but you never went past the common room. She did the meditative stance with you in the common room. It's a 6th-floor building, 6th-floor mansion, excuse me. You make it to the door, and you can see as you go to open them, because you do have to land to open them, otherwise you're gonna fly into a door. And you ain't Mustang. As you land briefly and kind of hobble over to the door to open it, you open it and look outside, and you see you are currently within a large jungle-filled mountain range. And you look about and you can see not Paradise Peak, excuse me. The Dreaming City is a tiny little speck in the distance. More than just a few miles away. You also hear Mira screaming behind you. If you leave this premises, Kipley, I know you are talking about not wanting to get me in trouble earlier. This will only get me in trouble. Please don't. I will have to go and shout for Vessels or for Jay, and neither of us want that. Please just come back inside. Do you attempt to, 1, fly to the city, and or 2, just leave the estate in general?
I think seeing that, Kipley just kind of shakily drops to her knees, hands still on the door, hearing Mira behind her.
You hear as she begins to thud down the stairs.
Drops her hands to the floor, head just kind of like bowed in defeat, and just like the occasional tear just dropping to the floor.
Alright, why don't we get you, as she kind of begins to run up towards you, like out of breath. You can see her just heaving as she too kind of leans against the wall as she gets down. Hey, alright, okay. Maybe. Why don't we get you some breakfast? Or a warm heated blanket? Or I can heat up your pillows. Or anything. Again, I can do messages for you. Miss Kipley, just please come back inside.
Have you ever lost someone to a monarch?
Oh, this is a... I don't know if I'm paid enough for this, or if I am an expert enough to provide things like this.
Kibbley drops like 10 more
simple.
gold from her bag.
Stop paying me. It's not the answer I'm looking for. It's an expression. All I'm saying is I don't know if I'm cut out for any therapist business. And it feels like we're getting to that territory. I'll answer no. I don't know many adventurers. I don't really got a lot of friends either. I just kind of keep to myself. I know you've been through a lot recently, I assume. And I'm going to assume your accident had something to do with a monarch involved. I would suggest coming inside, lying down, having a nice hot cup of cocoa or tea or coffee even, just to warm you up. And then maybe you can tell me the story then. Or you can explain to me while I'm making it for you. Or I can try to be of assistance while doing so.
Kibbley...
And she kind of gives you an expectant look.
Yeah, Kibbley's like listening to her for a moment with like tears on her face, and as she's hearing Mira talk, she kind of goes numb at first and then kind of zones into the words she's saying, and then she just switches, and Kibbley just smiles. Yeah, all right.
Okay, dear, come on in. And she will lead you back up the stairs, and she kind of puts your arm around her, and she kind of goes under your shoulder to help you back up the stairs. And once you are back up to your room, she goes, all right, what can I get you?
Do you have any like fig wine?
I can get that, certainly.
Really? What do you like?
Oh, I'm not a wine enjoyer.
What do you like?
More heavy liqueurs. I don't get to drink often, so when I do, I make sure I get my money's worth.
What kind?
Oh, I mean, a good whiskey or bourbon never hurt anybody.
Well, that sounds delightful. Let's get that.
Are you fig wine and bourbon? I'm not sure your flavor palette will mix. I'll get both. I'll get both.
Okay.
Anything to eat though. I don't know if drinking on an empty stomach is going to be good for you, especially after being in the state that you're in. I can get you warm bread. I can get you a whole breakfast meal. You can really just list it, and I'll find it.
He's like giving her like a long stare, and just kind of gives a slow smile, or like a disturbing smile, and she's just
The Grinch smile.
yeah.
Any food?
No, I think I'm not really hungry.
Are you sure it's smart to drink and not have anything to help settle down with it?
It's not going to help.
What do you mean? It's not going to help?
Mira,
Process the food, or? Here's my name. Yeah.
sharing is a two-way street. You want to share with me about what you saw earlier? I'll share with you everything you want to know.
I really don't want to know anything. I
Great.
would be so honest
Then
if you
how about you get that out, that whiskey?
Respectfully, I will. I don't mean it in a disrespectful manner. You seem like a nice lass. However, the more I know about you, I feel like the more will be used against you if this is an incriminating thing. And I feel like you're just about to tell me a really dark secret based on your previous... I'm gonna stop talking. I'm gonna go get your wine and whiskey. And she leaves. You also hear the door locked
Oh,
as she walks away.
fucking hell. Is there a window?
Yeah.
Yeah, she'll go out the window.
You try it.
Yeah.
Locked.
God damn it.
It is a window, so you can try and break it if you want.
This is... No, the door's locked. Yep, that's fine. She'll sit in the middle of the room.
Simply finding a way to make even the mundane creepy. She returns about 30-ish. Well, actually, no, because you didn't actually order any food. She comes back like 15 minutes later, and you hear the latch being undone as the door swings open. She goes, right, I got thick wine and I got whiskey. I didn't know how much you wanted of each, so I just got a bottle of each and 2 glasses, a wine
Did you
glass.
lock
and
me in this room?
I did. You tried to
Why?
run out before. I don't want you to be mad, but you were told to stay inside the building by Miss Kroll. And you know as well as I do, I'm deeply afraid of that woman, and I think you're sick and you need to rest. So, if Kroll says it's best for you to stay inside, I prefer you stay inside as well.
What do you think I'm sick with?
I really don't know. You just seemed to be dying when you got here, and I don't know the circumstance. All I know is you said you need teleportation, so maybe, I don't know, you're left out in the cold or something. I don't know, Miss Kipley. I am making up answers. Here you go. And she sets it on a table. It's 2 glasses on a table and 2 bottles next to them. Anything else I can get you?
Kipley's got like this wide-eyed stare, like serious stare, and just at the bottles. And just like this awkward tear kind of running down her face. And she looks towards the door again. If you don't want to get in trouble, I would suggest you leave.
Right, that's not a good tone for what you're trying to put out. I really am gonna ask you as a favor. If you feel like you need to pay me a debt for what was done, this could be that debt. I know it's not what you like, but if you could just comply for at least today and maybe tomorrow, and we'll see how you are then I'd be ever so grateful. And we'd be even square. Square even. Either one, maybe both. And seeing you look between the bottle and the door, she puts herself in the doors, in the actual door frame. Again, she's not a big woman. She is a small sized creature. But she's a little beefy. She tries to make herself as big as possible. Can you do that for me, Miss Kipley? Please?
Square a debt.
What?
Square a debt. You say I owe you.
Well, I think it was you, the one that said that to me about the whole gold business, but I really felt bad about taking that gold. So I was just trying to say things that, help calm you down if it made you feel better about the situation.
I would feel better. I
would feel better if if you would find the people I know
Right.
and can trust.
I will. I'll get to it. I'll look in the name. I just ran to grab your whiskey and wine. I'll go and grab some names for you right after
Mammoth
this.
and Reese. And then if you know if Doradon's here,
Mammoth, Reese, Doradon.
and you
Okay.
can have all my fucking gold.
Don't want it there. It would be really bad if I took all your money. Really bad. There's no explaining how I got a vessel ship token's worth of gold. I also don't want to know how much is in there. So, I'm going to go look for their names. I'll inform them that you're here and that you're safe. And that if they like to visit, they can. And that you are requested for them to visit. Is there anything else you'd like me to tell them if I come across them? Or if I can reach them?
You can tell them I'm ready to go.
Ready to go where, dear? You're not supposed to go anywhere.
She walks over to the table. She grabs the wine and she just chucks it at the wall.
Right. I'm gonna ask you to calm down. And you see she says this while slowly walking further out of the room. Calm down, Miss Ghibli. We're just making sure you're not in trouble and nothing's gonna hurt you. No one's trying to hold you here. Just Miss Crow said that you needed a few days to get better and that you should be carefully watched to make sure you didn't do anything crazy. Or anyone hurt you, of course.
Of course.
You're not gonna do anything crazy, right? You're not gonna hurt me, you're not gonna hurt yourself, right?
Of course.
Right, you see that, but you're kind of laughing a little scary like, and I'm concerned for you, truly.
I owe you.
Okay?
And if gold is not your payment, then this is. And she'll slide down to the ground and sit crisscross. And just kind of zone out.
Just staring at the wall.
Mm-hmm.
Which you can now see wine slowly pouring down.
Yeah.
Alright. I'm gonna close the door now. Do I need to lock it, or are you gonna be here when I get back?
Just nothing.
Okay, I'm just gonna close this. I'll get back to you as soon as I hear from someone or something, alright? No response?
None.
She slowly walks out of the room, and you hear the door creak and close behind her. And you hear hurried footsteps making their way down towards the staircase, and some thuds as she not sprints down it, but definitely got some motion behind those little legs. Does Kipling go catatonic and stare at a wall?
Yeah.
Okay. On the other side of town. Oh, thank God, I'm free.
Oh, so sorry.
On the other side of town. Hey, you were due babysitting. Mustang and Mammoth. As you two wake up from sleeping in a library, which is not very comfortable. What would the two of you like to do as the morning rises and your long rests complete?
There are so many things I need to do. Okay. First things first. No sign of the librarian?
Not that you've seen.
Okay. Well, he's not going to waste precious minutes. We'll come back to it when he comes back to it. He's gonna, after a long night of staring into nothingness, he's going to abruptly slap his hands down on the table and push himself to his feet. And he looks at Mammoth and he's like, well, takes time we get out of here.
Yeah, let's get out of here.
And he's going to walk himself down into the base floor of the guild hall, but with a degree of necessary trepidation given the current, I think, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 attempts on his life.
Yep. Pink Panther style, just doo-doo, slowly creeping down the stairs. A bunch of guards. You do see a bunch of guards posted at the front entrance. Not as many as before. There's only 4 opposed to the 5 that were on duty. And you recognize the absence of one in particular as you don't see Matic there.
Yeah, not his circus, I suppose. He's gonna walk down to one of the guards, any random one, whatever one's closest, and be like, hey, you know where Captain Eingard is?
The captain, I think he left this morning for a briefing.
Do you know when he'll be back?
No.
Mustang, he refrains from saying something venomous.
Maybe in like an hour or so. I'm not sure what the meeting was for.
Thank you, good sir. I appreciate your service. And he'll kind of pat him on the shoulder.
Nice to
Good work.
see you doing well, Mustang. Hope you're better.
So much better. And then he's gonna turn around and walk off, and he's kind of grumbling about, where were you last night?
Boy.
And he's gonna go find, forgive me, I'm not sure if it was Tess or Tessa with an A at the end.
It was
The nurse? Tess? Okay, there we go. He's gonna go find Tess because he saw a little something
Go to her
going on
office.
there. Yeah.
You go, and opposed to yesterday where the door was open, it is currently closed. You don't see any lock on it or any sign that says that it is not currently operational or open. So you can, if you like, knock,
Yep.
shout, walk through it.
Nope.
Whatever you like
gonna
to do with
knock.
doors.
We're gonna knock. We're gonna go a little do on the door.
You hear the biggest sigh from inside. What is it and who is it?
Mustang, but I don't need any healing.
Then why are you here? And you see the door just slowly opens, and you see, she didn't get up to open the door. She is currently leaning to the furthest extent possible back on her chair as she can, and is just a smidge from falling over before she grabbed the door handle, and then kind of just slowly slides back down into the chair. What do you need? if you did not require healing, did you get poisoned, diseased, anything in between?
No, neither. And I don't think I will have to deal with that ever, seeing as I'm dead. But my question is, if you know where Captain Eingard is, it seemed you to kind of waggles his finger around in the air for a second. You know,
Excuse me?
you just seem like you two know each other well, and the guard said he went out for a briefing, and I was just wondering how long he'd be gone.
I am not Captain Eingard's keeper. I am simply the resident cleric. If you need to find him, reach out to him in whatever ways you have. I don't have any that are accessible to you. Especially not after such rude implications so early in the morning and so early into knowing me.
I didn't know you thought of Captain Eingard that way. Okay, well, I will, I'll let that one
I
let
never
that one go.
confirmed anything. You just made an assumption. I didn't deny it.
Mustang, he puts his head and his hands look together and he just rubs his eyes. Okay. Thank you, Tess.
Mm-hmm.
And he just closes the door.
Waddle, 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 waddle. 30 feet
Yeah.
later, you get a ting message.
Oh!
You
On my
should be
little-
back. No, you get it in your head.
Okay, great.
You don't actually get a microwave ding. I just wanted a sound of a message. You hear Tessa's voice in your head go, he should be back within the hour. If you are looking for something important or related to your many injuries last night.
Can you respond?
You hear at the end, you can respond to this message. It's just a message cantrip.
Oh, great. Okay. Literally all he's just going to say, thanks. That's it.
Sure.
He will look down to Mammoth and be like, well, she said, well, not out loud, but she said it'll be back within the hour, and I've got a pretty vested interest in not breaking any more rules. I don't know if you want to stick around, but I'm not sure I would be too comfortable with letting you go out on your own right now.
Yeah, I got nothing going on. I'll stick around.
Okay, not that you're any safer with me, obviously, but
Maybe vice versa.
maybe. Even though, God, what does that say about me? Can't you keep the child safe?
I'm plenty safe.
You would keep the child safe.
It's fine. It's fine. I'm gonna cast sending to some of the other party members, see where they're at, because I sent a sending to Duradon last night, and he didn't respond, so I'm a little worried.
Probably off killing.
You know, I'd like to think that, but the way that things have been going lately, I'm not so sure. And he's going to... man. What's the setup in the guild hall here like? Are there any kind of like sitting areas, private spaces, or should you just go back up to the library?
There isn't necessarily like any booths or anything like that, but there are next to the guild store, kind of like a noily like gift shops in real life. There is a bench like right next to the entrance, and the guild shop is currently closed, so there's one space that is currently not having a lot of people around it at the moment.
Can you see the entrance of the guild hall from there?
Yeah, of course.
Okay,
You
great.
can also see the side entrance directly next to it.
He will sit himself down there, and he will I'm gonna flip a coin. There's he's working his way down the what he perceives to be the chain of command here. Okay.
Within the 6?
Yeah. So all right.
Last I checked, I think it's you.
Well, that's why I say we're working our way down.
Oh boy.
Because Durdon, he didn't reply, and then I'd say probably Reese and Kifley are tied next. So flip the coin.
Cyrus.
I mean, I'm not gonna bother Cyrus. She's this is way above her pay grade. Is it above her pay grade?
I mean, you pay her, so you tell me.
He feels like it's above her pay grade. So he will cast Sending to Kifley.
That's not good.
It's what the coin flip says. I'm loyal to the coin flip.
I'm not saying don't do it. I'm just saying that's not good.
No, it is not good, but I'm going to commit. So let's see. Gotta get out my
Commit,
counting
right.
hands again. Where are you? Shitty night last night. Hope yours was better. That's it.
What a great statement. Kibbley. Excuse me. You did not receive the message. No, I'm kidding.
Oh.
No, you do hear Mustang's voice ring in your head as you're in your catatonic state. You're a success. Okay.
Kipley's eyes focus and kind of lift a bit. I'm good. Duradon might have... He might be dead. I don't know what to do. Where are you? I think I really fucked up. That's it.
Oh God. Mammoth, you watch as Mustang's face over the span of just a few seconds just drops. And he almost kind of grabs at the smoke on his face and he just pulls downward and he just groans in agony before grabbing the sides of his hat and pulling it down over his face. Oh my God. Mammoth, I can't take this anymore.
What happened?
Nothing good, I'll tell you that. I was really hoping that, you guys were having a better night than I was, but it seems like not. Speaking of which, Mammoth, where were you before you got bamfed so conveniently into my dirty laundry?
I was on a boat, I think.
Doing what?
Watching some sponsors yell at that lady from the cave and do some fighting. That's about it.
Wait, crazy violin lady?
Yeah, what? I don't know about crazy, but yeah.
She was a little hot.
as well.
Oh, brother. Do you know why they were fighting? And why they were all there on a boat together? Why were you there?
I was supposed to tell the violin lady to leave before anybody got hurt. With Reese. Reese was also there, but I don't really know where she's at anymore.
Okay. So Reese is MIA. Kipley is conscious. Duradon might be dead.
Oh.
And you are on a boat watching sponsors fight over
Yeah,
Violin Lady.
yeah, and Lorna Dane was there.
And Lorna Dane. Why was Lorna Dane there? I thought we were done with Lorna Dane.
I don't know, but she was talking all this nonsense about the sponsors, and they didn't really seem very pleased.
Okay, so the sponsors weren't actually fighting then, I assume? I imagine Lorna Dane was the target of their aggression?
Well, yeah, they weren't fighting each other. They were, yeah. They were all
Oh,
just
damn
kind
it.
of there when I got there.
Okay. Oh, okay. And it was just you and Reese that were there.
Yep.
And Violin Lady and Lorna Dane.
Yeah, and some sponsors.
And the sponsors, anybody else at all. I want to get this story straight.
I think that's it. DM, I didn't see Duradon and Kipler, right? They were like disguised. I didn't know it was them.
Mm-hmm. You had not a clue.
Okay. Yeah, it's just some other dudes, but they didn't really seem important.
Okay. Mustang at this point, he's going to stand up and he's going to start looking around. Is there any sort of like mail service within the guild hall?
Mail service in the guild hall? No.
God, amateurs.
There
Okay.
There is, you can, I know, that's exactly what I thought, Megan. Is there any mail services in the guild hall? Well, that's a different story. 20 gold is 20 gold. But the only messaging system used outside of the vassalship tokens would be either Pigeon or Raven, and neither of those desks are currently open. In fact, the only person in the guild hall downstairs that you can see right now is fuck, what's her name? God damn it. The old lady at the front desk who you've talked to a numerous number of times and has slipped my mind. What's your name, bitch? I mean, lovely old lady.
Yes, I'm sure you mean respectable young lady.
Mm-hmm. We don't see anyone else there, and there's definitely no mail system.
Okay, so he looks at the door, and then he groans again, and before he casts sending another time to Kipley. And he will say, at the guild hall, counting. Okay. What the fuck happened? We need to meet as soon as possible. Got it? That's enough.
Still got 7 more.
Okay, 7 more. Mammoth mentioned Lorna Dane.
Oh god.
What the fuck?
What the fuck? There you go.
Yeah, you hear back. They won't let me leave. I can't find Oedon. I'll get there as quick as possible. It's my fault. Is Mammoth alright?
Mustang fucking kicking rocks right now. I
No.
will remind you, because this just came to my mind. While the guild doesn't have an operation open, you can go and look to see if the previous business that you used sending for is currently available.
That is true, but his current dilemma is that he does not want to leave without Captain Einguard's permission.
Oh.
So-
Wow, look at that. Rule
He-
follower Mustang.
Is pretty pissed off right now because when Kipley says it's her fault, he kind of doesn't doubt it, given her track record.
Yep.
So
Yep.
he's pretty pissed off right now. So he is not going to cast Sending Back. He's just like, Mammoth, you can see that his arms are crossed over his chest, and you hear the clink, 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 clink of him tapping his heel, the spurs jingling, and his eye is twitching, and you see little licks of flame coming out from his body as he's trying to hold it in. Mammoth,
Mm-hmm.
I need you to say something funny right now.
No. On the spot.
I got nothing.
You hear from the door behind you, the entranceway behind you, Mustang. You see some shifting of white snow as a figure stands up, and you hear, "What does the teenage cowboy say when he throws someone out of the saloon?" Yeet ha.
Who is this talking to me?
You see Matic
Oh God!
my
currently
God.
covered in snow from almost head to toe. Has been like, his head was just barely in view, and you see he's currently just kind of leaning forward a bit. It looks like he was stationed outside of the side entrance, inside a either bush, or he made a snowball and sat inside of it as cover. You see he just peeks his head around the corner. Fashionable or no? Sorry, I didn't mean to interrupt. It just, you seem to be in a mood, and I thought a joke could help.
You see a Mustang. He leans forward and he puts his elbows kind of on his thighs, and he's got his head in his hands, and it looks like for a second that he might be in agony, but then his back starts to shake, and then a laugh breaks out. Oh, I don't know what's funnier, the way you look right now or how awful that was.
There is a pause. Ha 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 ha. I am glad you enjoyed.
Oh,
Thank
goodness
you for
gracious.
making fun of me as I protect you and your friend. And sifts back out of your view. You can still see his like shoulder. You know the deep meme. That's my shoulder. You can see just his shoulder peeking out of the stone archway.
He's a Mustang at this point. He's gonna look at Mammoth and he's gonna be like, I'm gonna try to put on the moves. I'm a little rusty, but watch and learn. And he's gonna get up and kind of peek around the corner to look at Matic and see what he's doing.
He is currently just looking out over the kind of long, extensive garden archway that leads over to the fountain and just kind of scanning back and forth.
Gonna pop his head back at Mammoth. See, now I did it with the M names.
Yeah, there you go. It's not that easy, is it?
No, it's
Okay.
not. And he looks a lot less confident than he did before.
Watch this. Immediately
yeah.
caves.
It all left him pretty quickly, and he's like, oh man. And he ends up just standing there and staring. And he's like, oh fuck, what am I doing? And he quickly turns back around and goes to sit with Mammoth, and he pulls his hat back down over his head. And he's like, God
As
damn
you
it.
go to walk away, he's like, you enjoying the view? Can I help you? Or are you just
I feel
waiting
like-
for more poorly timed cowboy jokes?
No, that was actually really what I needed. That was a big help. Thank you. I just got some more bad news on top of the 5 attempts on my life last night. So it did cheer
You're
me up.
having a lovely week, aren't you?
It's very astute of you to notice. But I don't want to bother you while you're working or anything of that sort. So,
Is there anything that involves my work in this? Any way I can help, or I don't want to impose if it's your personal life, not work life, but
Mustang, even though Matic has not said anything of interest or anything quite outlandish, he kind of takes off his hat and he kind of holds it to his chest with his 2 hands, and there's like this kind of orange glow that's across his face where his cheeks would be. He's like, I know you got a lot on your plate. I wouldn't want to, burden you with any of the stuff that I've got going on right now.
Well, I heard that somebody here might have got turned into an owl.
you see his head turns towards you and goes, "No, just oh."
Mammoth will like look really, or like act really surprised and like back away and just point, just kind of like with a giddy smile.
You hear Matic, robotic gasp, just. I guess we found who indeed.
You see Mustang, he looks around and he puts his hat back on. He's like, wait, who?
There's another one.
Oh, I'm the owl. All right, you know what? I walked right into that one, didn't I?
Mammoth.
Hmm?
What did the cowgirl say at her second rodeo?
I don't know.
This ain't my first rodeo. I can't do a southern accent, but you know,
I like that.
I have a bunch from back when Mustang and I used to be very close. And you are wearing and he kind of looks you up and down. Have you changed from your little cowboy outfit or no?
No.
He looks you up and down and goes, I don't know if you are hoping to be of the profession or you're already in the profession somehow, but it seemed fitting.
Yeah, that was good.
Well, despite what some might say, I may not have developed a sense of humor. And you see his head slowly tilts upwards towards Mustang as he's sitting down on the floor looking up at you.
No, I'd say you've improved leagues. And he kind of thinks back to that time on the beach. Yeah, leagues.
Well, on a serious note, I do have to ask, your friend that was with you last night? One in all black? One who...
Not my friend. Mm-mm.
Right, individual. I assume you're not friendly with them then? An acquaintance? Enemy?
He just showed up. I have no idea where he came from.
No context.
Nope, but he gave me the willies.
Wonderful. He was watching this building for about 7 hours last night. And some of which this morning. He didn't approach it, but he was watching some of the entrances.
He looks over to Mammoth. He's like, always trust the willies, Mammoth. Looks back to Matic. That is pertinent information, if I would say so. Where did you see him? Or what were you doing out that late?
I was here guarding both of you all night.
Oh, I thought you...
I got off my shift at 8, and I took a few personal minutes to deliver a few messages, and then I took post here and have not moved in about... and you see he looks down at his wrist, a small contraption pops out. 11 hours? Nope. 10.
God's almighty, Matic. You didn't have to do that.
Hipley, what the fuck?
Yeah,
What is the context?
I don't even do.
This
What?
is so freaky. I'm gonna give this.
What?
This is the first time I ever done this. I'm gonna give this a thumbs down.
What? Why? What?
Explain.
You're just getting the standing gift because I have no other reaction.
What?
It's fair.
We don't even know what it's about. Explain yourself.
Megan just muted and left the building.
Oh, guys. I'm so sorry.
What is it
What?
for? Audio listeners, love you to death, Jared. We are looking at a man.
No, just ignore it.
You can't dish it out if you can't take it. You gotta explain yourself.
Megan, I have 2 screens, and one of which I am stuck staring at
Here
this
we
man.
go. Here we
I
go.
can't ignore it.
There.
It's still haunting me. Sleepy Joe can't fix this.
I don't know. That gift's pretty good.
That smile can't wipe away what I've been scarred with.
I'm so
That was intense.
God, damn. Gonna have nightmares tonight. Anyway.
sorry.
I'm kidding.
I want the explanation so badly. This is up there with drawing people pregnant.
Oh man.
Yeah, that's pretty close.
You
You look
know,
pregnant. Anyway.
Fan fiction.
Wait,
you
what?
see?
Huh?
Wait, what? What'd you just say?
Aw?
No. Oh, D&D. We're good. Moving forward.
Yeah, okay, we're playing D&D.
Sorry.
He looks down at his arm and it says 10 hours. Looking at you, Mustang.
God's almighty, Matic. You didn't have to do that.
You're right. I didn't.
Oh, man. Oh. Matic, there's so much I want to say to you. There's so much, but
I think it can wait considering the multitude of bad news and events.
the only thing that's stopping me is Git.
Oh. Depraved animal, you.
Wait,
Oh,
what
what can I say? You're high on my priority list.
I appreciate the sentiment. However, I would also appreciate you staying inside the premises as he kind of he didn't get up to move, but he noticed that you were getting closer to the doorway within line of sight of where he was just looking. I haven't seen him just yet, but I'm pretty sure he is still around. So just maybe don't show yourself outside. Wild animals tend to get caught. That you know very well of.
Yes, I do. Well, thank you.
Of course. We will talk later, though. I have some news I think you would care to hear as well.
Please
When
tell
will
me
you
it's
need
good
to speak
news.
free? Good, and but it's kind of mixed. Nothing that would immediately concern and or threaten either of our lives. Immediately.
Well, I can't exactly say that that's where I draw the line with you. It comes a little sooner, but I understand what you're saying, and I'll leave it be. We'll talk when we talk.
All right. I'll be here. Not physically here, but like around.
Mustang kind of just looks around awkwardly.
I'm going to find another guard for this post now that you're awake. I don't feel cold, but I have been staring out into darkness for hours. I need it. I need some entertainment or stasis.
Yeah, this is just not. Oh, you have a good rest of your day, Matic. Are you doing anything tonight?
Besides, I don't know, potentially sitting outside of a random library, and you see he kind of looks up towards the window. Out in the cold, no. I'm joking. Yeah, I'm 3.
I just, I know you take your job very seriously, so that, glad to know you were joking. You really are. You really have come leagues. Wow. Okay. I know, I should just believe you. I'll find you tonight.
Who?
He kind of just gives him an awkward nod, and he kind of goes to maybe reach out his hand to shake his hand, and then he's like, wait, no, I shouldn't do that. And he tips his hat and he walks off. And if ghosts could sweat.
You hear him call out as you leave. I'm staying at the Vermilion Scabbard. In case you actually can't find me.
He just kind of turns around and gives him an awkward 2 thumbs up, and is like, he shouts across the room, okay!
You just hear a sigh as you walk away. Neil,
Yes.
where are you, bud? now that it's a little later in the day and people are starting to be out and about.
Yeah, I think he would
Do you
leave.
go back directly to the guild hall, or do you find a new spot to watch over?
He would definitely find a new spot since the temple wants him to tell stories that he has no interest in doing. And sitting out just minding his own business can even draw attention to himself.
I mean, you know.
Well, yeah, I get it. I know. But yeah, he would try to find right.
Cool.
He would look for somewhere different to stay.
Are you trying to just look at the side entrance?
Yes.
Okay. Go ahead and make me a. We're gonna call for one, a perception check.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, this is just gonna mainly be rooftops.
Okay.
14. Okay. You don't really see any other ideal spots besides the temple, but a few buildings down, there's not as much physical cover on the roof because there's no rails and there's no unique properties of the buildings. They're just kind of all the same layout with no real proper places to hide on the roofs besides just laying flat, which isn't great.
I'm not a sniper.
But a few buildings down, not another temple, but you see there is trying to think of the word. Oh, there's a gondola. Not gondola. Is it a gondola? I think it is. Oh no, gazebo. Jesus Christ, there's a gondola.
You say that, and I still thought of gazebos, so
Thank you
I was
so
on the
much
same
for
page.
being in tune with me. My brain literally conjured the image of a gazebo, and then
Yeah,
as soon as I said gondola, just like I am a fucking idiot.
it's okay.
You see, there's a gondola going up a ski slope. Hey, it's snowing. Maybe let's go. There is a gazebo about 3 to 4 houses down. That's further past the fountain. And while hiding on top of it isn't a great idea, you do see there is a number of like smaller children playing around it, and their parents are currently around it as well. In total, there's probably about like 10, maybe 12 people just kind of in the area, and it is protection cover from the snow. So it could be a decent place to chill. It is a little far away, a little further away from the entrance, but still within eye shot enough that if you were looking carefully, you could still see if people are exiting from the side entrance or entering.
Oh no, it seems kind of weird to hang out around people that have kids and I don't have kids. You know what I mean? Seems a little awkward.
There are people besides just the parents. It was mainly the main thing that you notice was the fact that there were families nearby. But you do see there is like an older couple sitting underneath it, just kind of reading a book together. You see there is a younger looking elven woman, half elven woman, excuse me, who looks like she is in the midst of not painting, but making like a basic sketch of the actual archway of all the different arches leading up to the gazebo, things like that.
Okay. Yeah, he'll just kind of try to blend in with the people then, as best he can.
What's wrong with you, Ryan? Which one is yours? I haven't decided yet. Sure, go ahead and there's no real check needed for this, for blending in. I mean, you certainly stand out.
Oh, I'm sure, yeah.
But until you are approached, there's not a need to blend in. Go ahead and just make me another perception check, though, for honing in on the actual doorway. Because now we're talking about like the 200 and like 250 foot range.
Yeah.
So it's a little out of the comfort zone. 22. Okay. So for now, you have a pretty good view of it. You take a good old look, and you notice something is out of the ordinary. Rolled a 26 last time on perception last night. However, you notice, kind of remembering off of the details and the fact that you were there for a long, long time, there was a number of mounds of snow kind of pushed up against the building that you assumed were bushes that kind of got snowed over. And you see one of the bushes is kind of hollowed out and slightly caved in as a head and body pokes out of it. And you see the conversation of Matic talking into the actual side entrance, and you can see a glimpse of Mustang and Mammoth inside. But you're just kind of note it and just like, huh?
Yeah.
I didn't see that last night, and I'm pretty damn perceptive. Well, you notice him now.
Okay.
So you were at
So I
least
know
aware
for
that
sure
he is
we're.
being covered.
Yeah.
You don't know if he's seen you yet or not, but you know there is someone posted there.
Okay.
Anything you like to do while you're at the gazebo?
Uh,
Watching the door.
yeah,
Or
not that I
trying
can
to
really
open
think of. Just waiting to see if Mustang actually leaves or not.
You see not landing on and or near you, but landing on top of the gazebo itself, you feel the connection with Desaad form in once again. I'm not entirely sure, but ever since last night, I have not received word from our queen. She said nothing. I have heard nothing. I'm getting an eerie feeling about this new. I don't like it.
What do you suggest?
She's not giving us updates. And he's keeping at arm's length from us. Perhaps you should try and gain a bit of trust. Talk with him a bit. Or make sure that he does not get out of your sight and continue on as we are currently doing. I am unsure of whether this is a debate or if there is some sort of connection stopping us from being able to communicate.
It's getting trickier. What I'm currently doing, just trying to stay out of sight, keeping an eye on things. Feel as though I don't quite know if I can approach them where they're at. Or if I could even get a message in there to Mustang to see if he would at least meet me somewhere.
I could deliver a note. I'm sure Raven's bringing notes into the guild hall isn't something new. But whether or not he actually accepts is a different question.
Maybe if we agree to meet, not agree to meet, but have him meet us somewhere public where there's people around might help.
He was just attacked in a public place, so I don't know. Maybe say meet on his terms. Depending on what the terms are, of course, we can accept or deny, but he will feel like he has some sort of advantage over you by probably surrounding us with people he knows or guards or whatever. But that shouldn't be a problem. Either way.
I like that idea. We can do that then.
Oh, so did something change?
What do you mean?
You seem different.
In what way?
I don't know. You seem different. Do you... I don't know, maybe the cold has an effect on you.
It's possible. I'm not used to this. I feel fine. I don't feel any different.
I can't even see you right now. It's just more of the connection. I felt you just seemed slightly stronger than usual. I don't know if it's the conditioning that you've been putting yourself through that's been paying off, or maybe you were strengthened by the cold weather. I'm unsure. But I haven't seen any growth in a long time. Not since you left, well, you know.
And that's a good thing,
It is.
given what's currently after me.
Correct.
The stronger I get, the better.
And that we shall keep in mind.
Have you seen anything of that, by the way?
I've been keeping my eyes and ears open, but I have yet to actually run into anyone. You know I'd alert you the second I did, but
Of course.
something about this city, I don't feel like myself here. Senses dimmed, or something feels off. I don't even know if I would be able to spot them right now. Unless one just happened to walk within my vision. They're not that careless. Nor reckless.
I would only be so lucky if they were.
Well, leave it to assassins to get cocky when hunting what they think is lesser prey.
Agreed.
Do you need me to deliver a letter? Are you crafting it in your head, or you know I can't physically write what I said.
Yes, I know. I'll
Right.
let me write
Just-
that out real quick. Yes,
Cool.
gotcha.
Alright. Just
But yeah,
wait
he'll
for-
just write just a little note asking for or just saying that he would like to meet Mustang somewhere on his terms, wherever it may be, whenever it may be.
And after you're done writing, you see as the kids playing nearby all stop and stare as Desaad descends from the gazebo and hops down towards you. And Desaad, not the size of a normal raven. Not like oversized, like huge, massive creature, but still like big enough where you know it's some like subspecies, dire species, whatever it may be. And you just see all of their eyes just following them as they approach you. And you see just kind of open their beak, waiting for the letter. And after you hand it over, you see they just kind of snap it.
Mm-hmm.
Kind of look around nervously for a second at all of the kids. And instead of flying away immediately, you see they literally like tiptoe out to the side before flapping their wings. And you say, I'm just going to circle about so it makes it look like I didn't just pop in from right here.
Yeah, that's
And
seems like a good idea.
they do a few circles of the building before you see they fly up to the entrance and drop the letter right in front of one of the guards. Where you can see they... Actually, no, it's out of your sight 'cause you're not at the side entrance. However, not necessarily something that you see, but something of what you hear is a voice kind of piping up next to you.
The view here is slightly, I'd say slightly worse than before, but it is still a lovely one, no?
Sorry?
You turn and you can see the same priest you saw yesterday sitting kind of not back to back with you on the bench inside the gazebo, but sitting on a bench kind of diagonal from you. Couldn't think of the goddamn word. Sitting diagonal from you, who was previously just kind of reading a book that was covering the majority of his face. He just kind of tilts it down, smiles at you.
And what brings you here on this fine morning? Are you simply enjoying the sights once more?
Well, it's quite the city. I'm taking in all that I can.
And the traveler in dark clothes and cloak simply passing through.
I don't see anything wrong with it.
No, nothing wrong with it at all. Simply doesn't seem like I have seen you around here before, and yet here you are. 2 days in a row. You must really like it here.
For now. The cold isn't really to my liking, but
No, it is not. Many people from, well, the cold is not what makes most people from the Shadowfell uneasy these days. You see, he kind of smiles as he says it warmly, not in a not in a threatening manner,
right.
but the warm smile that you would see after someone makes kind of like a joke amongst friends. But I heard it is not exactly the warmest of climates either.
What makes you think I'm from the Shadowfell?
So you do not own this claim.
Not so openly, I'll admit.
So you do not fully deny it either.
He shakes his head.
You must remember. I know the Shadowfell deals in different deities and understandings, but all travelers who pass through those graceful winds carry some semblance of where they are from, where they came from. And as a cleric of old, it is my duty, also my gift, to be able to tell when a planewalker graces my doorstep. It is not your home, that of which I am certain. What you are doing here, you also have not enlightened me. You seem very interested in that building. I assume you are not one for architecture, so there is either something or someone inside.
Yes, there is someone in there that I am seeking help.
But you are not allowed within,
Correct.
and that is because you are a threat to them?
I wouldn't say a threat, no.
But they have determined you a threat.
I would think so, yes.
And your plans within the city? Simply this person? Otherwise?
I mean, if I happen to come across more, then that will work as well. But for now, it is just for him.
Your intentions with this person? You said you were seeking help.
Correct.
Kind. Them helping you with a problem, you helping them with a problem, helping each other.
If it comes down to it, yes. I will help them with their problems as long as they help me.
He smiles. For someone who seemed so very self-kept. Sure seem very open about sharing details now.
You seem to know more about me than I
As
would
I
have thought.
said, you passed into a domain that is outside of your own. And the winds carry many truths. Many rumors as well. All black is also not the most conservative nor normal clothing that is seen around these parts, so you are very easy to find.
I've come to find that out.
Let me give you a hint. Most vassals or mercenaries who are appointed by the council don't tend to wear all black. Well, they don't have the official colors. Blues, greens tend to suit the island better. Blend in easier. Because that is what you try and do when you reach a new territory, new person. Blend in.
Yes. Was it expecting this snow?
Not good for your specific get-up. Very unlucky winds blow behind your back. More unfortunate that you just happen to choose a random rooftop to gaze upon the library. And a random person on a random day to help with problems. It would be a shame if a random notice that an assassin is in town happened upon the guild's doorstep, would it not? That is what you are, right? Assassin?
See, there's no point in hiding anything at the moment, but yes.
It's an unfortunate situation we find ourselves in. As a protector, one of the few divine clerics that can still communicate with the gods. I have a sworn duty to protect the people, these people, who still follow his traditions, who still respect his winds and what they bring. But Ode also says to welcome travelers, to allow them safe passage through his domain on their journey. So tell me, friend, which responsibility should I upkeep? Alerting the common guard there is a assassin in town looking to try and, well, from the best of my understanding, help a vassal and or mercenary under their protection? Or simply turn a blind eye and just hope he does the right thing?
You do what you feel is necessary, priest. Since I've been here, I've done no wrong.
You seem very different than other people that I've met before. I've met a few other assassins before you. Rogues, gloom stalkers, those are fun. But you do not bear your crest with shame, nor do you have any inkling of what dangers could come if I did tell anyone. Nor do I sense any aggression from you that you're going to try and kill me for hiding this. Or exposing, I guess, in this case. A very interesting man. One who I bet has many stories.
You see, he smiles again.
He actually gives a little nod of agreement to that.
You have a place to stay in town.
I do, actually.
Where might that be, if you don't mind me asking? Not for any of the related business I have already mentioned.
It's just an old antique shop. It's a friend of mine.
Name?
I'm sorry, what was that? It cut out.
The name.
Does the name really matter?
I would like to look upon it.
I would rather not draw unwanted attention to him.
Unfortunately, you already have. There are only so many antique shops within town, so it is a matter of time before a Zone of Truth would reveal your presence within. There's easy ways and hard ways we can have these conversations. I am open to both. I'm simply trying to make sure we are creating a new ally who helps, rather than somebody who needs to be on the next tailwind leaving Paradise Peak.
Can I do a insight check to see if he's telling the truth to that statement?
Go for it.
Roll insight.
That
7.
is a negative.
Well, let me tell you. I think you have one more inspiration, if I'm correct.
Oh, I do, don't I? Yes, I will use
yeah,
that.
'cause you only used one before, so go ahead.
Yeah.
See if you can do better than 7.
Yeah,
Um,
doubled it up.
to the best of your ability. And again, just because the nature of the situation, this is the first time you've been in this. You are unsure fully, but you're leaning towards believing.
Oh boy.
It is, again, very much up to you of whether or not you believe it. But he hasn't shown any tells that he's been lying. And
Mhm.
also, he has been extraordinarily calm for this entire conversation.
Right.
Like this, you get the feeling like he's had this conversation multiple times before. If not this specific conversation, a similar scenario before. So you are inclined to maybe believe. Yeah, I don't know.
Gotcha. Okay. Before I answer that, are you asking me to stay with you in your temple?
Heavens no. If you already have housing, I do not wish to crowd Old's temple any more than it already is. If you needed a place, one could be provided, but that is not why I asked where you are staying.
And why is that?
As I said, I'd like to lay my eyes upon it. Simple request.
His name is Puck.
And the shop's name?
Antiquities and Beyond.
I am familiar. Smaller gentleman, right?
Correct.
Dwarven.
Yes.
I have not gone inside, but I have passed by a number of times. This is a front to help hide assassins like you, or this is a personal connection?
Oh no, not at all. Just a personal connection.
I will pay him a visit. Pass on my personal regards to Buck. And perhaps view some antiquities.
He does
Wherever
have
might
quite a
lie
shop.
beyond those. A word of advice. What is your name, my child? I don't think we have had the pleasantries of exchanging such things.
Something tells me you know my name.
Would you be very surprised if I say I don't? I know your type. I've seen many threats come to Paradise Peak, and I've tried and or stopped many from encroaching upon its people. And no offense, you may be very good at your job, but you, in this current moment, stand out like burning a hot needle, setting a haystack on fire.
Something tells me I can trust you. I'm not quite sure what it is, but I just get the feeling that it's okay. You may call me New Baron Uso.
No Baron, no so.
And your name?
You may simply call me Robert. Father Robert, if you prefer to be one of titles, but I do not care for it. Robert Nurin, for my full name.
DM, how do you spell that last name?
Let me go ahead and slap it in game visuals because I never gave you his picture. Herbert. Papa. No. Run. Let me put
Holy shit.
Ode.
I'm ready to repent. On my hands and knees.
Oh god. That was very
Damn!
some decent cleric art. See, he goes, well, new Baron, I hope we do not have any further meetings that are kind of gestures up to the gazebo like this. But if you would like to stop by, share some stories, information. Ode's children helps all travelers of all different shapes and sizes, as long as you do not wish harm upon those who do not deserve it. You may find a helping hand in the whispers of the wind. And he smiles. Go ahead and make me, if you will, a history check. No.
History. Awesome.
10. You've heard the name before, you just can't remember where. You were certain of it.
Mm-hmm.
It's not something that you know of a lot, but you just know it is something to do with Paradise Peak. And that's it.
Oh boy. Okay.
At least right now is all you can remember.
Gotcha. I may just take you up on that, Robert.
Sorry, you suck at something. Megan's seething in the background. Oh. By the way, I think you were spotted about half an hour ago. And he pats your shoulder and gets up and starts walking away back towards the temple. And that, I think, is a damn good place to leave off for tonight. As we'll pick up in the chaos next session.
Ooh.
get into some juicy party rejoinment. And the will they, won't they, Mustang Matic question mark?
They're gonna smooch.
Are you guys gonna bling?
They're gonna point.
Wait, is that what the gift was about?
I assumed.
I have no idea what that gift was about. Like, no amount of context could save you in that moment.
I'm left to speculate. I'm so eager for knowledge. I'm left to grasp at straws here.
Truly baffled. Absolute silence.
Yeah, say you got anything to say for yourself, or
Meg, we gotta get something. We gotta get something.
the people want to know. You gotta
mean
tell
you
the
can't?
press.
You have words. You have words. Mystery begins. Nah.
Damn.
If you tell me, I'll lower 1 level of exhaustion.
Ooh.
In real life. In real life, though.
Wow, Megan, thugging it out. Good for you. You're better than me.
When you were talking about the bottles, I thought you were about to bonk the fuck out of her over her head with a wine bottle or some
Oh my
shit.
god, me too.
I was like, are we about to witness a murder? Like,
Knock her out and run.
that's what I thought.
I mean,
That's
we
what
all
I
know
thought.
Kipley's a woman on the edge.
Well, when you
Yeah,
ask
can you
for
blame
a
us?
bottle, when you ask for a bottle instead of food, like, obviously I know you didn't need it, and I know you were willing to tell her that you didn't need it in exchange for information, but I really thought you were asking for 2 bottles because you were going to like drink one and bash the shit out of her head with the other. Okay, you cannot say though that that is not within what Kipley would do if she's trying to escape.
Silence speaks
Silence
volumes.
follows. Okay.
I think, like, isn't violence against innocence like one of Kipley's big no-nos?
Oh, well, you know, I feel like a lot of no-nos have been breached in the past 24 hours, so
You're right.
so I'm kind of leaning towards the Kipley crazy train.
Morals? We don't got them.
Don't eat him.
Morals, we don't need them. Spells, we don't got them. Levels exhaustion, we got them. But I hope y'all enjoyed. I hope
Always.
Yes!
it was fun, even if it was a little
Can't believe we
short.
gotta wait another
but-
week.
New Baron
I-
getting put on the spot.
I
Who
was.
is this
by
man? He's gotta
priest.
be
Yeah,
in
read like a
So,
book.
fucking freak.
If you thought that you were just gonna show up and have nothing happen, I mean, assassin comes into town, people gonna notice. However, that I will be so real with you. That was so much fun to make, right? But I was like, oh man, what would be like a really fun way to introduce this kind of like hidden part of the world that no one else has access to because it's not within their realm.
Mhm.
And then I was like, oh, assassins get their information from somewhere.
Yep.
Who would suspect a church? Or a temple, god damn it.
So T.
Oh yeah. With a few other history checks, you will get the meaning because it is like it was a
Maybe.
DC 13. It was a DC 13 check, so you're eventually gonna get it. But it is something that is familiar to you to an extent.
Gotcha.
Oh, this is very short, but a lot happened.
It was good. Yeah.
Yes, I'm so excited. I'd say it was a very decent, respectable length.
Shorter than
Yeah.
usual. It's not 2 a.m.,
That's true.
We'll live.
but I am happy with the outcome.
Same.
Yes. Thank you.
Yes, thank you, Dom, for another wonderful session, as always.
That's what we're
Uh-huh.
here for, to enjoy some D&D and to view some strange gifts with no context. I love it.
You're here to vex and perplex. That's
Oh,
what
yeah.
you are.
Oh. Good night, Megan. I will say though, Ash, I need to stay there for 2 seconds.
Uh-oh.
No, guys, I'm stuck in the gulag.